the question is this. I'll start from you, Maiwa. The big question is this. As we wrap up, when you answer the question, you also give us your parting shots as we wrap up. Before I come to Afis, I'm asking you this. What happened? Andrew Nana left United. He became a new being. Marcus Rashford left United. He's firing on all cylinders. Better player than he was at United. Scott McTominay, Hojlund. What's wrong with United?
It's very simple. I think Amorim does not know what he's doing. A lot of these guys left under Ruben Amorim. And to be honest with you, I think Amorim will destroy Manchester United before he leaves. He doesn't understand the culture, and that's the reason why all these guys leave and they become another thing. That is the reason. The same McTominay that's public enemy number one in Manchester United left for Napoli, and since he has left for Napoli, he has been scoring fantastically. He was one of the highest goal scorer in the Scottish team in this particular
best player in last season.
Yeah, shows how good the guy is, and the same guy cannot cut it to Manchester United. And it's not just for one player. Majority of the players that are left, Anthony left, became a superstar in Real Betis. So I mean, it's a Ruben Amorim issue. It's not, it's not the player issue. And congratulations to Scotland, 28 years after. After missing World Cup for 4 or 5 times. I mean, it's good to see them back, and I'm really happy. I'm looking forward to watching Scott McTominay in the World Cup. So yeah, good one for him. I'm happy for the Scottish side.
Now, while we're about to go, please give us a parting shot as we go.
My parting shot is, it's outside football. I hope the federal government steps up. The killing has to stop. We cannot continue to lose Nigerians to terrorists. Thank you for having me, Coach.
Right, so, Afis, McTominay, what a player, and we're seeing Scotland after over 20 years.
Yeah, that was a beautiful game because it could have even gone either way. I mean, at some point when it was 1-1, Denmark were the ones looking at the World Cup, staring it in the eye, and they got a red card, even though they were behind. But it was a fantastic game in Scotland. The goal from McTominay, yes, just like we mentioned, and that was, for me, that was not even the best goal of the night. Because Scotland, I don't know, they just came in, they showed up and they showed out. I mean, the last goal from Kenny McLean, scoring a Puskas contender from his own half, lobbing the goalkeeper. Kieran Tierney scoring the goal that they really needed from outside the box. Shankland also scoring as well. Manchester United, I think they took center stage on that night because McTominay scored, a former player. Rasmus Højlund, who's also on loan at the same club as McTominay, also scored. And their current player, Patrick Dogu, also scored as well. But then, all in all, it was Scotland who proceeded to the World Cup. And also, it's just a shame on that night because on this same night that Nigeria did not even make it to the World Cup, Haiti has qualified for the World Cup. Curacao has qualified for the World Cup. Nigeria, which way? In fact, it's sad, but shout out to the Scots, and yes, we'd love to see them at the World Cup. World Cup is going to be interesting, with or without the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Afis, for being part of the locker room today.
Yeah, and I also want to echo what Amayowa has said. I mean, if we want to enjoy in this country, if we want to enjoy what football is giving us, all these killings need to stop, and we hope it's going to stop real soon.
Absolutely, all these killings need to stop. Nigerians cannot continue to die, needlessly in their own country. And this is where exactly we'll draw the curtain on this very beautiful episode of The Locker Room. And of course, I will say, stay tuned for Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Ikechukwu Aguago. Don't go away.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Every year on November 10, the world celebrates World Science Day for Peace and Development to highlight the essential role of science in promoting peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy, that's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard. right? People must speak up. And now when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful. Because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So, for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted. And justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen. And it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tool for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shape.
We encourage you to
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening. Welcome to Political Lens, Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. On the show today, dissecting the rumbles in the PDP from the eyes of an insider. And we have been joined by Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce. Dr. Pierce is a leader of the PDP in Lagos State, was a member of the PDP Presidential Campaign Council in 2023, and more. Good evening, Dr. Pierce. We appreciate your presence on the show.
Good evening.
Good to have you, sir. How have you been?
All is well.
The rumble in the jungle, the PDP, your party.
Yes.
All right, let's get right into it. Well, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has been engulfed in months of escalating crisis from one to another, culminating in the wave of controversial court judgments that fractured its national leadership. A series of interim orders from different jurisdictions deepened confusion over who held legitimate authority within the party, while these conflicting rulings empowered rival blocs to assert control simultaneously creating a legal stalemate that weakened national cohesion and set the stage for further confrontation. Tensions peaked during the party's elective national convention held in Ibadan, where a faction loyal to acting national chairman, Ambassador Omar Damagum, pushed through major decisions despite protests from the opposing camps, where the convention produced sweeping outcomes, including the removal of key officials and, most dramatically, the expulsion of high-profile figures such as the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, and the National Secretary, Samuel Anyanwu. Critics dismissed the convention as unconstitutional and state-managed, while supporters hailed it as necessary to reclaim the party from alleged saboteurs, while the fallout quickly moved from the political maneuvering to physical confrontation. At the PDP National Secretariat in Wadada Plaza, Abuja, the crisis erupted into a violent clash as Governor Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State and Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, alongside factional chairman, senior advocate of Nigeria, Kabiru Turaki, attempted to enter the building. Security forces intervened with tear gas and gunfire to prevent the takeover, enabling Wike's loyalists to maintain control of the complex. Videos of the confrontation shocked the nation, highlighting the extent of the party's breakdown, while the power struggle intensified further when the Makinde/Bala Mohammed faction stormed a scheduled meeting of the PDP Board of Trustees, disrupting proceedings and effectively halting the gathering. The action was widely interpreted as a direct challenge to Wike's influence within the party's highest advisory body. The disruption underscored the total collapse of internal arbitration mechanisms and signaled a new phase of open warfare among the party's rival factions. Well, information reaching us is that the police in Abuja have effectively sealed and blocked entrance to PDP headquarters in Wadata Plaza. Dr. Pierce, let's get into the question and answer session. Now, an African proverb popularized by one of Africa's best sons, Chinua Achebe, says that a man who doesn't know where the rain started beating him will not know when it stopped. Dr. Pierce, as an insider, what do you think is the genesis of the crisis in the PDP that culminated in the public show between ministers, a serving minister, his faction, and two sitting governors, including the new national chairman, supposedly the new national chairman of the PDP? Where did this problem start from? Everybody understands what the problem is. Can you give us the genesis? Walk us through.
Well, this is what the issue is.
Okay.
The PDP is a legally constituted political party, the largest in West Africa, even now. Many of the officers of the APC, the government in control now, came from the PDP. The PDP began to have issues when Minister Wike lost the election in 2023 and decided after the election that he was going to continue the fight against the party. We all thought that the G5 were fighting the emergence of Atiku Abubakar. And once Abubakar had basically lost the election, which is what the G5 was fighting for, we thought the fight against the party was over. Many of the members of the G5 decided not to continue fighting. The fight was over. Atiku did not win the election, so it's over. And Makinde, for one, Governor Makinde, one of the G5, decided that, look, bygone be bygone. We are now going to rebuild the party and we are going to move forward. Mr. Wike decided otherwise. He decided that if he cannot control the PDP, he would destroy the PDP. So he went on his own to start conducting congresses without the permission of the National Working Committee of the party. The PDP is a very well-constructed political organization. You have hierarchy of control. The National Working Committee, made up of 18 members from the national chairman all the way to woman leader, national woman leader, national youth leader, and so on. They are the ones who administrate the party. They are the authority, working committee of the party. Mr. Wike decided that they cannot give him instruction. He would decide what he wants to do. So he went to Rivers State, supported the removal of Fubara as governor, the imposition of the military administration. The party said, we do not agree with that. He said that is where he stands. So problems started there.
Okay.
Then, even before then, he said publicly that he was going to support Tinubu for 2027. If you are working for the opposition of your party, in reality, you are not a member of that party anymore. Not only did he decide to work for Tinubu for 2027, he decided to wreck PDP before 2027. Every meeting, reconciliation meeting they had with him, he had only one thing to say: I will stop fighting you if you agree not to field a presidential candidate in 2027. What does that mean? That's the death of the party. So the party said no. And he continued to do whatever he could to deregulate the party, to derail the party, to defunct the party, to destroy the party. Therefore, that is where the whole thing started from. There is no other problem in the PDP except the ones that Minister Wike had created. So, he had three things he wanted from the PDP. He wanted us to approve the suspension of Fubara in Rivers State. The party said no. When he started this problem with the PDP, he told, when he had declared his support for APC, he told the members of the Assembly of Rivers State, the members who were members of the Assembly when he was governor, he now said to them, he was in control of that assembly as governor, he said they should leave PDP and go to APC. And they left. So when they left, we had a problem. We now said, these people are members of the party. The Magu insisted that he would not accept their removal. And Wike was happy with that. After they left, Wike saw that it was not in his interest for these people to leave the party. He now asked them to come back to the PDP. Now, by that time, they had already resigned their position from the PDP. He wanted us to absorb them back. The party now decided that these people are no longer members of the party. They have tendered their resignation, and we have accepted their resignation. They wanted them to be taken back. 3, Anyanwu, the national secretary, who had left his post to go and run for governor in Imo State. After he lost the election in Imo State, and by the way, he destroyed the PDP structure in Imo State. Because when he was in Imo State, he created all sorts of problems, disimposition, insubordination, authoritarian behavior. People started leaving the party for him. But this is what Wike wanted him. They just want to take over. The people left the party. So we said to him, you are becoming a liability to our party. He said, by virtue of the Constitution, he can come back. We said, by the virtue of the Constitution, you can come back to your position after you ran for governor. If the Southeast zone to which your position was zoned, it wasn't zoned to you, Anyanwu, it was zoned to the Southeast zone of the PDP. Anyanwu now acted as if the position belonged to him. The Southeast zone gave us Udo Okoye as the man they wanted to replace Anyanwu. We accepted that. But because we accepted that, Wike now declared war and said his boy, Anyanwu, must come back. We said,
even when he had gone to contest election?
Yes, he had gone to contest election. It's not a problem.
Okay, it's not a problem.
He could have come back.
Okay.
If the Southeast Zone, which he represented as the National Secretary, we did not zone. Party doesn't zone positions to individuals.
Okay.
It is zoned to the zone, to the party in the zone. The national chairman, the national secretary of our party was zoned to the Southeast Zone in the last dispensation. So when he left and wanted to come back, by the constitution, he could only come back if the Southeast Zone said he could come back. Southeast Zone said they didn't want him. Governor Mba, one of the reasons Mba now quarreled with the PDP is because we didn't listen to him when he said Udo Okoye should be the person that we have as the national secretary. We couldn't do it because Wike went to court, did everything he could to stall that, to make sure that Anyanwu came back. Unfortunately for the PDP, INEC sided with the idea that Anyanwu must come back because of technicalities.
Okay.
We had to accept Anyanwu back. Even though Anyanwu had already declared himself.
Technicalities from where? From the courts? You said INEC sided because of technicalities.
Both the courts and INEC.
Okay, both INEC sided Anyanwu based on technicalities.
Yes, that we had to have him back.
Technicalities from the court judgment of
were court judgment and their own operation in INEC.
Okay.
That because he was the one that was giving to INEC as the national secretary.
Okay.
And we had not resolved the issue amicably
in the Southeast.
In the Southeast.
Okay.
So INEC said we have to have him back. We did not want him back because what we were depending on was what the Southeast Zone wanted.
Okay.
And that's our problem. So Anyanwu came back and on the instruction of Wike started working against the party from within. Working against the party meaning that, for instance, when Wike wanted to conduct South-South Zonal Congress, instead of taking permission from the National Working Committee of the party, by the way, the 2021 South-South Zonal Congress, which brought in Dan Obi as the zonal chairman and George Turner as the zonal secretary. I was the chairman of that Congress.
Beautiful. Okay.
I was the chairman.
Of the 2021 Congress that brought in Dan Obi and Turner.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and the way you conduct those congresses is simple. National Working Committee will write you a letter and say you're a member of that committee. Okay. You go there and conduct the election. National Working Committee of the party, NWC, will give instruction to the zone. The date, you give the National Committee the venue, National Committee will approve it, National Committee will give you a date, National Committee will send you all the paperwork you need. You can't conduct election without the proper documentation. Wike decided that whether National Working Committee approved it or not, he was going to have his election. So he had his election and reappointed or re-elected Obi, Joytona, and several other people.
After your own election? After the election you conducted?
Yes, mine was 2021. Now for 2025.
Okay.
Instead of waiting
for the NWC to do the proper process.
Exactly.
Okay.
He decided to
do it on his own. Okay.
Where did he get all the paperwork he used? Anyanwu on his own. The secretary. You can see the insubordination and the arrogance on his own, without the National Committee 18 members decided to send all the paperwork to Wike to conduct the Congress. When that happened, he did his Congress, sent the result to National Working Committee. National Working Committee said, we do not accept this procedure. You were not instructed, you did not follow our guidelines, therefore, all the election you did is null and void. Wike started war. You have to accept this. I have done that. That's the genesis of a problem.
Okay, the South-South Congress, that is part of the problem. He's saying that, look, for this convention to hold, you must have to recognize Dan Obi
as
the zonal chairman of the South-South.
You okay, one of the all problems. The people I elected, Wike elected, through this Congress, which you said you didn't approve, you must accept them as delegates. And I told them, I said, look, the party said you cannot. I told, I was on a show with Joe Turner, my very good friend for a long time. I said, but in 2021, you were duly elected zonal secretary. In 2025, you did not have an election. You are not the zonal secretary of the PDP. You are the zonal secretary of Nyesom Wike. That's it. And that's where the problem is. They want to impose themselves on the party. They want to have their way in the party. Anything the Wike wants to have. Everybody can see his confrontational and unduly aggressive attitude of dealing with things.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, Dr. Pierce. you have worked, you have done a very incisive rundown of what you believe is the genesis of the problem in the PDP. And you have raised a few talking points. I'd like for us to talk about them briefly before we proceed to what actually happened on Saturday and Monday, Tuesday going forward or coming forward. Now, the issue of there's something I want to. Okay. Now, the fact of it is this. At some point, Damagum was supposedly working with Wike.
That's true.
Because a lot of people believe that the issues here, if you turn it 360 degrees, it falls back to Wike. A lot of people believe that Wike has not been treated fairly by the PDP. Why? Because by 2015, when your party lost the presidential election, everybody abandoned the party. Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, Bode George, Sambo, the vice president, everybody abandoned the party. That it was Wike that picked up the PDP, nurtured it, and brought it back to life.
Well,
so now the question is, why is it that all these big wigs allowed Wike? Specifically, he was the one funding the party. Okay. And at that point, we understand that even Damagum himself was installed by Wike when he had problems with Uche Secondus and Yocha, you must leave so that another person from the north can come in and
I am telling you, Mr. Wike is his own worst enemy.
Okay. How so, sir?
Because you are not God. You cannot have your way all the time. Okay. You have to be humble. Even if you are rich and you are generous, you are doing God's work. You don't now say, because I'm giving you money, I own your soul.
Okay.
This is what happened. By the way, Chief Bode George and many of the people you mentioned did not abandon the party. Okay. What happened was the abandonment, you can say, was with the presidential candidate. In 2015, when Jonathan lost, he disappeared to his village. Okay. That is the leadership of the party. It is not all these other people you are mentioning. They didn't have the control. Okay. It was the president. When Jonathan left, he left a vacuum. And that vacuum was now seized upon by Wike and Fayoshe, people like that. They now controlled everything. Now, when you say he was funding the PDP, he was a member of the party, he was a leader in the party, so he was doing his job, he was funding the party. That is not to say that because he was funding the party,
he must have
his
his way all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, when he was funding the party, ask yourself, where did he get the money? Did he inherit it from his family? Is it from his law firm, which he doesn't have?
He said his father was a very wealthy man.
Then, okay, not that wealthy. That's the same thing he says about going to buy a property worth millions with cash in America. This man is going to end up very badly. Very, very badly. I'm
He's
really
a member
sorry
of your
for
party.
him. He's not a member anymore. Anyway.
Okay, he's been expelled. Okay, now.
Even when he was a member, it doesn't matter. Now, you could have a renegade in your family, a crook, a criminal in your family. That doesn't mean they're not members of the family, but they're not accepted. But anyway, he was funding the party with River State money. Simple as that. It is the taxpayers' money he was using to fund PDP.
Yeah, but at that point, the PDP knew all of this and accepted those money.
That is true.
Okay.
But two wrongs don't make it right.
Okay.
I tell you, that's part of the problem with Nigeria. If you can go and blackmail vice president of Atiku to go to, because he funded Atiku's campaign, now he's in trouble with EFCC. They should also talk about PDP Wike funding PDP. Where did he get the money? So anyway, the point is he cannot use that to claim that
as a basis to claim that the party belongs to him and now do everything.
That is the truth.
Okay.
Now, listen to what happened. This is what Wike had done to himself. He was the one that brought Secondos. Again, I know this from an insider because I was the national spokesperson for Professor Adeniro, who was running against Secondos.
Tunda Adeniro?
Yes.
Okay.
In 2017 for the national chairmanship. Wike brought Secondos from his zone and used his influence to get Secondos elected. Nothing wrong with that. But once Secondos got into office, and now Wike realized around about 2019, 2020, that if Secondos remains as the national chairman, and he wants to run for president from the same zone, it cannot happen. So he engineered the removal of Secondos. Now Secondos is gone. He now went to North Central to negotiate with Autumn to bring in Dr. Ayu. In fact, we understand all sorts of negotiations took care of Ayu. And that's why he's so angry. All these people betrayed him. Because he himself betrayed everybody. So he brought in Ayu, and Ayu disappointed him. And because Ayu betrayed him, disappointed him, he now turned against the party. He's going to destroy the party. So he was his own undoing. He undermines Secondos. He brought in Ayu. Ayu undermined him. So all the intrigues is now a victim of it. You know why Demagun was supporting him originally?
Okay.
I was one of the people, I was watching carefully. Demagun, when Wike insisted that those members of the State Assembly of Rivers who had left the party to go to APC must come back to PDP, Demagun supported it. And I said to myself, this is okay. They are our members. We don't want to lose them. If they must come to PDP, back to PDP, let them come. Demagun supported it because Demagun didn't want to break the party.
Okay.
And guess what? The reason why it took so long for us to expel Wike was because 80% of the leadership of PDP were with him.
Okay,
and they supported
that's
him.
the point, because he installed all of them.
Yeah, well, this is it. He supported all of them.
Okay.
And you don't install in PDP. You have to go
So
to
we understand what we mean by
supported
he funded.
them. Yeah,
he funded their
them
election.
and he helped them. They got there. But they gave him such a long rope. That's why they couldn't do it. They kept telling him, okay, you know, one of us, I wrote an article once. This is about maybe 9 months ago.
Okay.
And they shouldn't be attacking Wike. I said, based on what this man is saying, He's not with us anymore. He's going to try to destroy us. But at that point, they shut me down because they said we have to wait for him. He will come around. And they tried everything until Wike began to say that the only reason that he would step down from this fight is if we agree that PDP will not field the presidential candidate in 2027. That is when
that was a red flag.
Realized that no, this guy is not out for reconciliation. He doesn't want peace. Wike doesn't want peace. Wike doesn't want reconciliation. Wike just wants to destroy us.
Okay.
If you don't want to be destroyed, you better do something. And that's why they decided
to let
the National Convention get rid of him.
Okay, beautiful. Dr. Pierce, I like the point where you have brought us to. I want us to talk about what happened in Ibadan. In Ibadan. Now, from your estimation, which faction of the party is the legitimate leader, has the legitimate leadership of PDP?
Mr. Okoro.
Yes, sir.
There's no faction.
No, sir. They are
No. Listen.
Okay.
A faction, by definition, is a group or a clique within an organization that is taking a different position. If these people are not members of the party, then there's no faction.
No,
listen.
That's the controversy.
Listen. To ask that question, because I know you have good intention.
Yeah.
But how can you ask which party, which convention? What is no faction? 18 members of the National Working Committee decided to suspend 4 members before the convention. Those 4 members now constitute themselves into a nuisance group, and you are calling them a faction?
Now,
you are trying to compare them
Dr. Pierce,
the PDP?
Dr. Pierce,
there's only one PDP.
Okay, Dr. Pierce, one of those 4 members happens
organized the convention.
Okay, now, apart from organizing the convention, we also had 2 court orders that said, look, that convention should not hold. But before we get into the court problems, one of those 4 members happens to be the National Secretary of the PDP, whose tenure is still valid. It will expire on the 8th of December. So
who is that?
Sam Anyanwu.
But Sam Anyanwu has been suspended.
By who?
By the party, by the 14 members of the
By a convention that the other group says, look, the convention that held is null and void.
Wait. Let's get this thing straight.
Okay.
Before we got to the convention, Anyanwu was not supposed to show his face anywhere. He was under suspension.
Okay.
Anyanwu Bature, the National Organizing Secretary. Anyanwu, the National Secretary. I think his name is Ajibade, the legal national
Ajibade, the National Secretary, yes.
And the deputy. They were all under suspension. So therefore, they could not understand me. In reality, they could not say they are a faction. 14 people, they can say anything they want to say. But the reality is they have no locus.
Okay, Dr.
14 people said they have been suspended. So Anyanwu was not even a member. He was not supposed to function.
Okay.
So when we got to the convention, we now ratified the suspension and upgraded it to expulsion.
Okay. Now Dr. Pierce, I like your position. That's your position. Now, there was a brawl yesterday at Wadata House between, I don't want to use the word faction because according to you, there are no factions.
People.
Because between Wike's group and Bala Mohammed's group.
Yes.
Why was that brawl if there is no faction in the PDP? If there
are no factions, there's no tension.
No, I said faction. If there are no factions in the PDP, why are these 2 groups at each other's jugular?
All I'm saying is, do not equate the PDP 14 members with the 4 members who have been suspended. If you are suspended from this organization where you work, and you are angry, and you go home, and you say, I also suspend the general manager who suspended me. You can say anything you want to say, but you know you have no locus. They can keep calling you what your title is here, even when you are gone. But you know yourself that you are not here anymore.
Okay.
So that is exactly what is going on now. So let me tell you what happened yesterday. Mr. Wike, in his own usual style, very abusive, very arrogant, and very self-centered, thinking he owns everything. Because he is the FCT minister, and he has brought a case against Wadata Plaza for not paying rent and so on. He took it upon himself to go into Wadata Plaza. You have a tenant, Mark. Let's say we are his tenants, in his capacity as the FCT minister, and you want to evict us. Do you evict us by bringing thugs and bringing armed people to come and get rid of us? Or you go to court and get a court eviction notice?
Okay.
And serve us the notice. And we will challenge the notice. We will say, okay, please, Judge, give us 2 years. Give us 3 months. We owe so much, we will pay so much, so much. We reach an agreement.
Okay, so was that what happened yesterday?
Yes, he didn't do that. He came and wanted to force his way in. And we had the national chairman, Turaki, by the way. We have a formidable team for 2027.
Okay, a formidable team.
A very formidable
for 2027.
The national chairman now, Dr. Turaki, solid, strong.
Okay.
He went the day before when he heard through the social media that Wike and Co are planning to come to Wadata Plaza. Because I was shocked when I heard in social media, Wike is coming to Wadata Plaza to have a meeting. I said, how come? This man has been expelled. Okay, Wadata Plaza is just a building.
Okay.
Anybody can come to Wadata Plaza. Wadata Plaza is not PDP. You know, it's just an office. Wherever this organization goes to set up shop, that is the organization. It is not this venue that makes the organization. So, but Wike went there.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned,
we are told the police that they should come and protect us from these people who are coming to invade our space.
Okay, so that was an intrusion. Wike intruded.
Yes.
You know,
so the police came.
Expelled.
The police came to protect us. But Wike brought his own police. So there was.
But talking about the Wadata Plaza, I have information. I have inside information, and what I have is that the PDP head office, Wadata Plaza, has been sealed off today.
Yes.
It's in the news by the orders of the National Secretary, Samuel Anyanwu.
No.
That's the information I have.
Well, okay. Who is the National Secretary?
That's the question.
Samuel Anyanwu has been expelled from the party. You all know that. The National Convention is the most authoritative organ of the party.
Okay.
Bigger than NEC, bigger than BOT, bigger than PDI. Okay. So if that is a congregation of all the units of the party.
Okay, so Dr. Pierce, what is the position? What is the position of Turaki? Turaki cannot access his office as the national chairman of PDP because the police.
Turaki, listen.
Okay.
The whole National Working Committee of the party elected on the 15th, 16th.
Okay.
Headed by the national chairman Turaki, do not have to have a meeting in Wadata Plaza for them to have an office.
Okay.
All they have to do is go to Legacy House. We have other venues where we can have a meeting. Okay. So all that business, so you see where that is the shallow-mindedness, the showmanship, the triviality that defines Nyesom Wike. It is optics. What is the meaning of going to see?
Okay, so Dr. Pierce, we are posting home.
It is not Anyanwu that sealed the office. What right does he have? It is Wike, the FCT minister, who has the authority to seal any building. As he wanted to go and attack the building of that young officer who stood his ground.
Okay,
we can better be careful.
All right. Dr. Pierce, we are going to talk about that in a bit. Now, as far as you are concerned, Turaki is the national chairman of the PDP.
It is not as far as I am concerned. It is as far as the National Convention of the PDP is concerned. That is the body of the PDP from every single zone.
What's the position of your group, with what happened to?
Which group?
the group you belong to, the group that assessed that, look, Turaki is the national
I don't
chairman.
belong to any group.
No, okay.
Wait. I do not belong to any group. I am a member of the People's Democratic Party.
Dr. Pierce, there are people in the PDP.
And
people like you.
is our chairman.
Okay, now people like you who believe
Elected.
that. People like you who believe that Turaki is the national chairman.
Mm-hmm.
There are also people who believe that Damagum is still the national chairman.
No. Why?
Okay, there are people who believe that. Look, I'm sorry. There are people who believe that Turaki is not the national chairman because that the convention that held in Ibadan is null and void. Now, my question is this: for those of you,
Damagun stepped down now. Damagun.
No, not Damagun is out of it. Turaki,
So
there are people who believe that. There are people who believe that Turaki is not the national chairman because, according to them, the Ibadan Convention is null and void.
Okay.
Now, what is the position of people like you who believe that what happened in Ibadan is valid concerning the court judgment that said, look, you cannot exclude Sule Lamido because you breached his fundamental human rights from participating in the national chairmanship election of the PDP? What's your position?
Well,
because there's a subsisting court order that said, based on his exclusion, the convention should not hold until such a time that you certify.
The court also said that it will hear Lamido's case next week or something like that.
Okay.
So Lamido has, look, Nigeria is going through a period of political rascality that we've never seen before.
Okay.
A former governor.
No, Dr. Pierre, that doesn't answer my question. That doesn't answer my question.
No.
What is your position on the fact that a court judgment excluded Lamido and the court said the fifth hearing next week? Before that next week, without obtaining stay of action, you went and conducted a convention
stay
in
of action because the court, the judge Akintola of Ibadan, court of equal jurisdiction, allowed us to go on with our convention.
Okay.
Therefore, we had a legal right to go and have our convention.
Okay. Now, it's an ongoing conversation. We'll see how everything pans out in the coming days, in the coming months.
And by the way, don't forget that the Supreme Court had already adjudged such events, activities, as the concern of the internal business of the political party. So we are sure that after this convention, whatever case
but the Supreme Court
here,
also,
whatever case we have
will be resolved internally.
When it gets to the to the Supreme Court,
will be
because
resolved.
look, Lamido said he's going to be in PDP and work for ADC. Made it public.
Okay, that's why I excluded him. But Dr. Pierce, the Supreme Court did not say that you should, because the leadership problem of a party is this internal crisis, is this internal problem, did not say that you should breach the fundamental human rights of somebody.
That man has
did the
no
judgment
rights.
say that?
A man who said he is a member of your party, but he's going to work for the opposition is not his human rights.
Okay,
he
he's
has
not a
no
member
rights.
of your party.
He's
now,
not a member.
Dr. Pierce,
Let me tell you one technicality. I am so shocked by this man, embarrassed for him. I'm sorry for him.
Sule Lamido.
We had a timetable printed out by everybody. You had to purchase your form by the 22nd of September.
Okay, he didn't meet the deadline, the
timeline. He didn't meet the deadline.
Okay.
It was 2 weeks after the deadline when everybody has submitted. He now came and said, look,
Dr. Pierce, let's come to Lagos. Let's come to Lagos. What's happening to PDP Lagos State? Since Jandor left, we have not heard anything about PDP again.
Well, we don't have election. When you are not in government and there's no election in the horizon, you're quiet. Nobody knows what's going on. However, let me tell you, what happened to PDP in 2023 was an anomaly. It was an absurdity. We never had it so bad. Our record for governor in Lagos State has been between 30 and 38% for the governor. Even in 2019, where we had the worst showing, what's his name? Our candidate at the time happened to score 29%. This time round, Jandor brought us to 5%. So a lot of problems in the party during that period. Right now, we are rebuilding.
Okay, you are rebuilding.
Oh, we are rebuilding.
Okay.
We've had our ward congresses throughout every ward. We've had our LGA, local government area congresses. We've had our state congress will come up in February.
Okay.
In the meantime, we have had a temporary organization at the state.
Preparatory to
the party is
2027.
building.
Okay.
Building. Yes.
Preparatory to 2027.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now let's. I read something. Senate President Godswill Akpabio demanded. You said something on air, and he demanded an apology from you, and that if you don't do that within 3 days, he was going to sue you to court. What's the position of that? Have you tendered the apology?
Well, I wrote a response to him.
Okay.
I said, Senator, you have to lead by example. You are our leader. Before I apologize to you, sir, go and apologize to the people of Akwa Ibom whose money, 108.1 billion naira, you are alleged to have embezzled.
Okay.
EFCC brought that against you, sir. Go and apologize to the people. Go and apologize to the people you also messed up financially in NDDC when you were there. Go and apologize to your family who are claiming that you were a killer when you were governor. Look, Mr. Pabio just didn't bother with me anymore because he knows if he keeps on talking like this,
that you talk more.
This will get worse for him.
Okay.
I didn't say anything wrong. I said the EFCC brought a criminal case against you. Now you're telling me I call you a criminal. No. I was quoting, do you not have a criminal case with the EFCC? You do. Anyway,
that's the position. The case died a natural death.
Yes.
Okay, now I'd like for us to talk briefly about what Turaki said. Turaki said, look, Trump, come and help us. Apart from Christian genocide in Nigeria, democracy is also at risk under grave assault. What's your position on that? Is it something that somebody that got elected a few days, behind and just in the open invited Trump to come and help us?
Well, Turaki is not just a man who got elected a few days ago. He's the son, the senior advocate of Nigeria. Yes. He's a very learned lawyer, former minister, very experienced. So he knows what he's saying and what he's doing. And what he said is a reflection of the tension and the lack of trust in this administration to address critical issues affecting the Nigerians. The issue of insecurity, under which ambience we have Christian genocide, because Christian genocide is just an aspect of the genocide going on in Nigeria. People are being killed by terrorists, whether you are Muslim or Christian, it doesn't matter. If you don't agree with them, you're a farmer, they want your land, they kill you. You're a Muslim, you are not an extremist like them, they kill you. You're a Christian, you're a non-believer, they kill you. So we have serious problems. 12 out of the local government areas in Katsina are now controlled by terrorists. 12. In Zamfara, we have. Sokoto, we have. Come on. We have serious problems that have been swept under the rug, but social media is bringing it out. So it is out of that desperation and frustration, because what PDP is facing now is the effort of the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, frontlined by Wike, trying to destroy democracy in Nigeria. Destroy democracy in the sense that if PDP doesn't exist, as they are planning, if we don't field the presidential candidate in 2027, as Wike and Tinubu want, then Nigerians don't have a choice who will determine their destiny. We are going to be saddled with this destructive, this apocalyptic administration we have.
Okay. Apocalyptic. A lot of people believe
for the future.
A lot of people believe that the problem in the PDP is fueled by the APC and Tinubu, to be very specific. A lot of people share that opinion. Now, why is it difficult for PDP to put its acts together and allow APC to infiltrate and cause problems for them?
Well, whenever you're a party in power in Nigeria, you have a lot of power, a lot of influence. And we have seen it the way we have experienced it in PDP. A whole minister, a whole former leader of the PDP, is used to undermine the PDP, we had a problem. But thank God, on November 15, at the National Convention in Ibadan, we solved that problem by expelling all the saboteurs.
Dr. Pierce, that is part of the problem. A lot of people believe that inside PDP, outside PDP, that Wike has the capacity to cause problems for PDP. That his men are still there in PDP. Now that he is outside, who will PDP blame if they keep having this?
No, we won't blame anybody.
Okay.
Whoever we find is working against the party, we go expel them too.
Okay.
That's it. But for now, the most destructive element in the party, a double agent, very effective as a double agent in the party because he has so much power as the FCT minister has been removed. Another person who has so much influence, the national secretary, has been removed. The national organization has been removed. So therefore, most of our problems have been solved by the removal, the dismissal of these agents of destruction.
Okay, Dr. Pierce, I share your, or I like your optimism. Do you believe that PDP will come back stronger in 2027 as a political party, based on what you have gone through in the past year?
You know the saying that when you've been through a lot of pain, you have a lot of experience and a lot of endurance, a lot of tenacity. PDP has built so much strength now that the whole world, the whole of Nigeria, and even the international world is sympathetic to PDP. Because when we were in government, under Obasanjo, under Jonathan, under Yaradua, we never had it so bad in Nigeria.
Okay,
therefore,
Dr. Pierce, thank you very much.
We are getting stronger and ready to rescue Nigeria from the devastation that APC has brought us from Buhari to Tinubu.
Okay, right, we are out of time. Talking about 2027, I see you wear a cap that says Makinde 2027. What does that mean?
Well, I am the convener of the National Support Group for Makinde 2027.
Presidency?
Yes.
Presidency?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
What we have in the PDP is a democratic process where you can support whoever you want.
Okay.
But don't try to impose your will on anybody.
Okay, so the whole thing about Makinde doing all of these things is because he wants to be president in 2020.
Well, the whole thing about Wike fighting us is because he wants to destroy us. He doesn't want to have a political candidate.
All right, thank you very much,
If we are lucky to have a Makinde, based on his record, his character, and his achievements as a governor and outside of government, I think Nigeria will be blessed, and Nigeria knows that the future is brighter for Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, PDP leader in Lagos State and member of the Presidential Campaign Council of the PDP in 2023.
I'm also a member of the People's Democratic Institute Governors Board of the People's Democratic Institute.
All right, thank you very much.
Council.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your presence, sir. And I hope that we can do this some other time. It's been quite elaborate, quite educative and incisive. All right,
You're
thank
welcome.
you, sir. I appreciate your presence.
Glad to be back here.
All right, thank you, sir. You will. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the ingest manager, bus engineer, and the sound manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndomdiuto. Stay with us and don't go. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening. So what can we do? Ensure children are vaccinated, provide good nutrition for stronger immunity, keep the environment smoke-free and clean, and most importantly, seek medical help early when symptoms appear, especially fast breathing or difficulty breathing.
Pneumonia is the leading cause of death in low-resource communities for these reasons. Malnutrition. Malnutrition is major. Many of these people hardly have access or hardly have enough funds to make sure that they eat, let alone their children. Access to quality health care. They don't have access to proper health care. Incomplete vaccinations. Many times they don't complete the vaccinations. The conditions of living. Many times so many people are living in a small community. Many times they don't recognize the symptoms early. They are not aware that this is what they are dealing with. Now, fast breathing. Child that is breathing fast. A child that when they are breathing, their chest is going inside is called indrawing of the chest. A child that is coughing profusely. A child that starts complaining that their chest is paining them. Or you notice that this child all of a sudden, they are not eating properly. These are signs that once you notice it, quickly get them to the hospital. Don't try to manage it. Proper hygiene, good nutrition, proper ventilation. Make sure the children get their adequate vaccinations.
Every action counts. Every breath matters. Let's work together to protect our children. World Pneumonia Day 2025, child survival is not a privilege. It is a right. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Today, I am host Nena Namdio. Unable postponing trips amidst Kwara Kebbi attacks, to NJI refuting claims of judges singing political chorus for president. Also, police intervenes in PDP leadership tussle. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Bola Tinubu has postponed his scheduled foreign trips to the 20th G20 summit in South Africa and the 7th AU-EU summit in Luanda, Angola, citing grave concerns over the worsening security situation at home. The decision comes as the president awaits crucial security briefings following two major attacks, the recent abduction of schoolgirls in Kebbi State and a deadly attack on worshippers in Kwara State. In response to the crisis, President Tinubu has directed security agencies to spare no effort in rescuing the abducted schoolgirls and has ordered the immediate deployment of additional security operatives to the affected area in Kwara State to neutralize the bandits responsible for the violence. Meanwhile, gunmen on Tuesday night attacked the Christ Apostolic Church in Eruku in Kwara State, reportedly killing 2 people and injuring a vigilante. Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak swiftly condemned the deadly assault and has urgently called for the reinforcement of security across the state's border communities. While expressing sympathy for the victims' families, the governor also commended President Tinubu for the recent deployment of 900 additional troops to Kwara State and confidence that increased presence would provide deterrence and restore permanent calm to the area. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us tonight, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir, you're welcome. And joining us virtually all the way from Port Harcourt is Dr. Eric Obi Thomas. He is a public affairs analyst. He's also a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Eric.
I'm pleased to have you.
Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Okay, let me start with you. You know, this new development of our president skipping the G20 summit, would you say is a right call? Because I know that earlier today, so many persons I was listening to a radio station and they were saying, you know, why would the president, you know, in the midst of what is happening, why would he want to travel to a summit where we are not even members of? And it's a good thing, you know, we found out that he's no longer traveling. What do you think? Do you think is the right call? Or do you think, what do you think about it?
Well, we are seeing something different from him. This is not the first time he planned to travel, and very serious security situations occurred in Nigeria, and he still insisted in traveling. I think, if I can remember very well, the last time we were talking about something happened seriously, he still traveled to France. Abductions and killings here and there. He traveled to France. People clamored and they were very angry about it. I should think that ideally, in a country where leaders are sensitive to the plight of the people, that is the right thing to do, is to stay back and then tackle the security situation or whatever mishap that has happened in the country. It is a good thing, it's a step in the right direction, but I look at those things as crying when the head is off. The important thing they should be doing is to be proactive and stop things happening. For those who have lost their lives, whether he traveled or he didn't travel, the lives are not coming back. And I think that they should do things to make sure that people are properly governed. They should look at the situations. If I should answer a question brief, I will say he did well there by not traveling. because that will have earned him or cost him more situation, more criticism. And as we talk about now, the country is wavy, is shaking, is not getting on well. The security the security situation is getting worse. You can see how senior officers, brigadier, are being killed by these terrorists. It's very sad. The nation is bleeding. And look at the children have been abducted. Then the question now comes, what is really happening? He has just changed the chiefs, the military chiefs, and he made us believe that it's to strengthen security. Is it happening? It seems that it's getting worse with the new people. Every day we see them trying to say, we must do this. Propaganda all over the place. I think that's the thing. I am not interested in the president traveling or not traveling. I am interested in keeping the nation whole. I'm interested in proper governance, security, making sure that the hunger in the country is not there, making sure that the bloodshed is not there. So all those symbols of he's not traveling to say he's sympathizing, all those are just effort in futility. They should hold this nation together. If he cannot, let him just say so. I am getting tired. In fact, people are getting frightened more and more. You can hear the kidnapping surge now. The spate of kidnapping has increased. It's like the pronouncement the American President Trump made stirred up even the ugly things behind. We are getting more serious cases. Maybe it has been happening and people are not talking, or maybe after Trump's pronouncement, people are now talking so that everybody will know the real situation in the country. I don't know. But the fact is clear that the nation is bleeding. And the president should forget about the political aspect. He should go ahead and do the needful. If the army chiefs are not functioning well, let him change them. But the question is it really the army chief? We are hearing that they don't have enough equipment, they don't have enough movement. But that is by the way. Can we get out of this place and stop this semantics and stop this propaganda that today this, today that? Meanwhile, evils are happening. Well, if he stays behind, he might stay behind for security reasons himself, because there's no way it will be happening like this. Look at what the Minister of Federal Capital Territory did, insulting the army, and then the brigadiers and the senior staffs being killed, and the children being adopted, and then a president travels out. That is not a good one. Anything could happen behind him. I'm not saying so. But the country the people are tired, both of the hunger and the insecurity. I think the government has failed us. Let me leave you to carry on from there.
Okay. We'll get back to you. Let me come to the studio. You know, Dr. Peter, is it just enough to stop his trip, or decide not to travel? We know that he sent Shetima to Kebbi, but is it not supposed to, as the president, shouldn't he have been the one to have gone to Kebbi State? And then what's your take on this?
Well, for me, I want to say that for the first time in 2 years, the president has got it right by deciding not to go. And I know that he must have been persuaded not to go, because there was a time, the time that dam opened in Borno State, he was in France. Understand? That's on transit to UK. So people were complaining that we are in France, and more than 350 people that died. So he came back briefly and went to UK. So that doesn't show compassion at all. That doesn't show compassion, because the president is the father of the country, and there's no good because there are very bad fathers. There are no good father that will see his son or daughter being sick, understand? And he will carry his bag and go. Where are you going to? Understand me? The money or whatever that you are going there to make there, who is to enjoy it? So some years back, I know of somebody who was to enter Wimbledon finals. Understand? He has qualified for Wimbledon final. You know, for non-tennis people, how Wimbledon is. He has gotten to the final. On entering the court, he received a phone call that his pregnant wife have entered into this ward. He carried his bag and went back. Do you understand that? He carried he dropped his bat, carried his bag and went back. That's how we know responsible people. So I'm sure that they must have persuaded him not to go. And for staying, it is a good one for him, because Nigerians, even the entire world, would not have understood it that 3 major incidents happened within 3 days in your country, and you are going to South Africa for what? So that is, and again, I feel that he is also being sabotaged. This is my own thinking.
Okay.
I feel that his government is also being sabotaged.
How do you mean?
Because since Donald Trump made that pronouncement, this insecurity has worsened, which means both the terrorists and every other want Donald Trump to come. Do you understand it? Instead of the thing coming down, it's increasing on a daily basis, which means they want Donald Trump to come. Understand? And nobody knows what exactly that's the magnitude of America coming, whether it will lead to regime change, and so on and so forth. So I strongly feel that his government is also being sabotaged the same way the same people sabotaged Jonathan in 2014, 2015. So we are seeing exactly what happened between 2014 and 2015 happening under Tinubu's administration. And the question now becomes, why is it when a Southerner is in the office, these things begin to happen?
Well,
understand me?
That's a question that begs to be answered. Okay, let me come back to you, Dr. Eric. You know, what do you think that these recent attacks, what does it tell us about the true state of our architecture, of security architecture? And again, shouldn't the president call a state of emergency? If he could do that for political reasons in Rivers State, why has he not declared state of emergency on our security or on insecurity in Nigeria?
The point is, the president, I think he has lost grip. The intrigues, or should I say the plots that he had been engaged in since he became the president, the negative aspect of it is now coming to play. It's exploding before him. This is a man that took over And instead of addressing governance, he went on politicking, campaigning. It is not coming to pass. He thought he was in control of the country, but everything is looking at him now that he was not in control. Does he have the courage to declare a state of emergency? That's the question. Hello?
I can hear you. I'm with you. Go ahead.
Hello, does he have the courage to declare a state of emergency? I say no, he doesn't. The area he could declare a state of emergency was in River State, where he can bully. But a state of emergency entails so many things. If he should declare a state of emergency the way he did in River State by suspending a governor, then he should be ready to suspend up to 6 or more governors in the north. Borno, Katsina, Kaduna, Benue, Plateau, Taraba. He could even come down a little bit to Edo State. He knows he cannot catch them. That would be a serious thing for him. He actually, it's a long time we have been calling for a state of emergency security. Declare it, but they will not. They will not because they know what it means politically to them. Yes, what it means politically. But I think that it is more than enough time for us to declare a state of emergency on insecurity. Yes, if you should answer that question straight on, that is it. But let me look at things around it. This is a man, like I still say, that inherited a serious insecurity or security problem, challenges. He inherited it, he knew. So all that is happening, all that are happening now, they are not strange to him. He's the devil. But he will not, he didn't do it. He started all these politicians decamping here and there. And through that, insecurity, and all these people had enough impetus. The terrorists had impetus to do what they are doing. They were given enough time. Even if he declares a state of emergency now, will that amount to anything? These people they have already captured the country. They are everywhere. They are even in the southern side. They are rearing the cattle and threatening people with guns. Go to Ekiti, it's happening there. Go to Oshu, it's happening. It's all over. To answer your question, I think he should declare a state of emergency. Or let Trump come. Let him allow Trump to come and help. What is the difficulty in the man should come and clear the place? Why are people afraid?
So let me come in there, Dr. Eric. Do you really think that Trump coming in is the best for our country?
As we are now, the best should be let the terrorists be decimated. That is the best. Let them be decimated. People are saying that America brought it and America can. If America brought something and then they are the people that are going to destroy it, is it not better for us to be alive? There are many people that are that. If you go to the social media, and that's when they are recording, people are being chased away, killed. I was just watching something that happened, how these terrorists were just killing people. Some of them are not even on record. Okay, let me ask you, what should have warranted them going to a church in Kwara State? I think that happened, was it yesterday or so, to start killing people? I was that. What should warrant in Kaduna going to abduct people, killing? What should warrant it? It means that these people are not able to handle it. Now, let me tell you why I want Trump to actually come. Because even in the army, Boko Haram has infiltrated it. That is the terrorists. They are getting first-hand information. Have you noticed how the general was killed? How did that information get across? Even before the real army didn't got it, these terrorists had already gotten and they know his target. Army is not good like that. He has shown his coordinates, but it was intercepted. So, if as it is now, I doubt if Nigerian army can actually fight this because they are divided. It has been filtrated. So let America come and declare all these things. They're saying that America is going to take our gold, oil, and this. Please, they should forget about those ones. We are not. It's a man who is alive that talked about gold, and let them come and clear these people. That's it. I look at it that way because as it is now, the army will find it difficult. They are determined to do, but they are already having saboteurs amongst them. When you are now recruiting people who are bad, who are loyal to the terrorists, they are in the army. Please, what do you want to achieve? How can you achieve it? We want the neutral body to come and clear these people. That is looking at it. They may say, oh, America come and colonize us in Libya, this and that. Please, let us be alive. Because Nigeria army has been filtrated. That is my major reason for wanting him to come. I'm not saying he should come and colonize Nigeria, but the Nigerian army is already polarized. There are black legs inside the army. No matter they have all the signal before the army acts, the terrorists are already ahead of them. Otherwise, I don't see why five major major officers should be killed like that, like chicken. Come on, let us be sincere to ourselves. Initially, when Prof said this thing, this government started propaganda. It is the propaganda. Oh, that they are coming to take us, they are coming to take our gold, they are coming to take our whatever. It's the propaganda that is haunting this government now. Yes. Otherwise, why will you be bothered about it? And everybody is being killed. Nigeria is being redeemed every day, and you don't have a solution to it. You have changed army chiefs. It's getting worse. You say you have gotten instrument or whatever. I mean, armament, weapon. It's not working. So why don't you bring somebody to help you? I should think that you should collaborate with Trump, with the powers that be, bigger powers. Collaborate with them. Let them reach an agreement. Clear people. Because more terrorists are coming and they are getting information. They are getting classified information. Army cannot say anything. They will hear yes. You can see how the man died. The 3-star general. How he died. Okay. They intercepted him. So that is my reason for saying that the Trump should be allowed to come. They should collaborate with him.
Okay. Let's come back to the studio. Dr. Peter, I'm sure you've heard a lot of what Dr. Eric has said. But you know what? I wanted to speak to the measure of conspiracy in our Nigerian army. And of course, also how, don't you think, as in this issue of the banditry gradually, shifting very close to the West? Because from what I heard, the local governments where the attack was carried out, it's just a few minutes to Ekiti State. They actually share boundaries, these are fears of Nigeria. Don't you think this is gradually getting to the southwest?
Well, it is almost there because if you read what those bandits said, they said that they are already everywhere. Understand? That they are already everywhere, and I'm sure they'll continue to expand. That's Ekiti has a boundary with Kwara State, and Enugu State has boundary with Kogi and Benue. So they are expanding without interruption, because why? They are armed. Understand? So there's no way a man with a cutlass will go and begin to fight a man with an AK-47. So they are really expanding. And to stop this, we need a neutral force. We need a neutral force, which is U.S. Army. Because last week, there were protests in the north where they were saying that the bandits are their brothers, their fathers, their uncles. Understand? That they shouldn't be killed. Imagine what somebody is saying, that bandits, terrorists are their brothers, their fathers, their uncles. Therefore, Donald Trump should not come. So, emotion is already there. Emotion is already there. So, they will not, Nigeria soldiers cannot go all out, understand me, to wipe these people, because they are their own people. And that's why the way soldiers behave in the southeast is not the way they behave in the north. They are more aggressive in the southeast because there's no emotion. They can shoot anybody. It's not their brother. It's not or their sister. Understand me? But over there, they are doing a different thing. So for this thing that to work, I feel that we need a neutral force that will not have any emotion, that there will not be, because those terrorists are not fathers and brothers of the American soldiers. So they will do their work as is expected. And again, these people that they say that they have repented and rehabilitated, you can never rehabilitate somebody who has formed the opinion. You can never rehabilitate somebody who has been brainwashed. So these people who are now in the society are still giving information to those bandits. You see it? They are still giving information to those bandits. So the only way to get this thing done is to get a neutral force. Understand? So American soldiers can partner with Nigeria Army. Understand me? But we need a neutral force.
Okay, you know, this schoolgirl abductions, what would you say are the long-term psychological implications of these abductions on our secondary schools, as in girls' secondary schools?
Well, I watched a video that's in Enugu some time ago, that's on a Monday. I saw this sit-at-home enforcers, understand, beating about 8-year-old girl who came out to go to school, telling her that to go back. Go, understand me? So that thing will be in her mind for the next 10 years. Understand? So all these things, for these people who have been kidnapped, their schoolmates will be afraid of going to school because tomorrow it can be their own turn. And those people that were kidnapped, even if they are released tomorrow, that fear, that phobia is already there. And even in the school, they cannot concentrate fully because they will be looking out of the window to see if bandits are again coming. So it's something that cannot be washed away with soap. It is very, very dangerous.
Okay, and before we move to our next conversation tonight, let me come back to you, Dr. Eric. You know, this attack, of course, the one in Kwara State and even the one in Kebbi State, does it show or does it, help us understand or show the need for state policing? Should we move to state policing?
When the military is not coping with something, is it the police? I said, no, this is beyond state police, in my own opinion, because the weapon these people are carrying, I mean the terrorists, they are not the weapon for state police. The question of state police should come when we are talking about more of civil matters and all these small robbery and all that. This is war. We are talking about war, full-blown war, where they are using sophisticated, lethal weapons. State police cannot work here. This is not what we should be talking about in this one. In my own opinion, I will make it short. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Did you hear what I said?
You said you wanted to make it short, so I felt you were done with what you were saying.
No, I've already talked and then finished, and I said, okay, making it short.
Exactly. So I'm moving on to the next conversation.
The summary is that state police cannot handle these terrorists. State police is for no matter, not for war. Because of their weapons.
Okay, thank you. Let's come back to this. Mr. Peter, it seems you want to say something about that.
Yes, well, for me, I'm a fan of state police.
Okay.
Because one, the governor of Kebbi State has given assurance to the families that's of those girls that their daughters will be rescued. Then who are now doing this rescue? Assuming that Kebbi State have most of their policemen from Enugu State, from Bonji State, from Ekiti State. They don't understand the topography of the area. Understand? They don't understand all the topography of the area, and because of they don't speak the same Hausa. Hausa people there in Kebbi will not give them that information. Do you understand that? And mind you, there was a story today that soldiers that were chasing those abductors, that bandits ambushed them. Understand? They were ambushed so that to stop it. Do you understand? So for you to know that this is an organized force. Then, but with the issue of sophisticated equipment, if you have a state police now, it will be hoped on the governor to equip his own state police. Understand me? The governors will now be equipping their own state police. They can now say that because of the kind of ammunition that these people are using, let us get a superior one. Do you understand that? So for me, I'm always in support of us having a state police, and all the federated units in the world have a state police. In America, we have NYPD, New York Police Department, Los Angeles Police, and so on and so forth. So, and that's what we show that actually that we are running that's a federation. Now, what we have now is a unitary system of government.
Okay. Let's move on. Thank you very much for your submission there. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. The National Judicial Institute, NJI, has issued a statement dismissing reports that judges at the 2025 All Nigeria Judges Conference sang a political chorus on your mandate we shall stand in allegiance to President Bola Tinubu. The head of Information, Media and Public Relations, Kolade Umoru, described the claims circulating on social media as entirely false, unfounded, and misleading, emphasizing that the national anthem was the only song collectively rendered by participants at the opening ceremony. The NGI maintains that no judge in attendance sang or chanted any political song at any point during the program, asserting the judiciary's strict commitment to non-partisanship. Mr. Omori explained that the brief rendition of the On Your Mandate tune was played solely by the Guards Brigade Band as part of their ceremonial protocol to usher the president to the podium for his address, clarifying that the judiciary had no control over the brigade's musical selections. He further stated that judges rose to their feet only out of due deference to the office of the president. The statement concluded by assuring Nigerians that the judiciary remains deeply committed to constitutional neutrality, warning against attempts to distort the solemnity of the event or attribute political motives to judicial officers. Let me come to you, Dr. Eric.
Yeah, I'm here.
You know, let's start with this. What do you think about this, their refuting of the claim? You know, we heard, of course, they're saying it's indifference, but they stood indifferent. But we saw the video and we saw that the song was sung or the song was played, and now they're telling us this. What do you think?
It is ridiculous. That response is ridiculous. And that response carries no weight. I don't think any serious Nigerians that have been following the trend, the trajectory of the attitude and the judgment of the judiciary in cases, especially political cases and even non-political cases in this country, will accept and endorse that statement. The judiciary cannot convince us by mere talking that they are neutral and they are, in fact, what do I even put it? How do I even put it? That they stand by their callings. Who are they going to tell that? We see what happened in elections. We see what happened when people carry money bags and all that, things being turned up and down. And they are telling us this to me. What is it? Whether they endorse on their mandate or they don't endorse it, they can endorse it anywhere they want to endorse it. The judiciary should clean itself. It is not by talking. It is not by refuting. It is by acting, by the doing. Let us see justice being done. Some of us, they use technicalities in serious things to knock off. When judiciary is serious, technicalities they are minimal in their age. We know when juries, gurus in this country that this country produce, they have condemned excessive reliance on technicalities. They should face the gist of the matter and forget that. So they can always say no, they can always deny, but in the minds of Nigerians, the average Nigerian knows where the judiciary stands in our democracy in this country. I can also tell you that part of the, should I even say that, major part of our problems in this country is the judiciary, which is supposed to be the hope of the last hope of the common man, became the hopeless stool of the common man. If you cannot, it goes for the highest bidder. Yes, they can come and arrest me. I'm saying the truth. That is what is there on ground. We all have children that are lawyers. We have relations that are lawyers. The young ones are not agreeing. Okay, can anybody even fault me on that? The last meeting, the last convention that the lawyers had, what happened there? The Gen Zs, the young ones, spoke their minds, just like we are talking now. It is not by refuting, it is in being. Let us see the judiciary buckle up. And then when they say they are refuting, we will be the people to refute it for them. It's not them. If the judiciary is standing as the judiciary should stand, it is the masses that will say, no. On the mandate that the judiciary are not part of it. But as it is now, some people will believe that it's even the judiciary that introduced it there. So let us not see facts and turn it upside down.
Okay.
The fact is that judiciary needs to do more, and then to gain the confidence of the citizens, the confidence of Nigerians. They are not doing enough.
Okay. Let me come back to the studios. Dr. Peter, you know, with all of this, I'm sure you have what to say. I'm sure you want to say something about this. But while saying that, I wanted to answer this question. How should the judiciary proactively rebuild trust? Because it seems like they've lost trust. Nigerians have lost trust in the judiciary.
For me, I don't see this group of people that assembled on that day as people who would rebuild trust. To me, it was like a gathering of a National Union of Road Transport Workers. Understand? Because when that song started, all of them stood up. Understand? All of them. So now this is an event. Understand? So even there's no way that song should have been played by anybody. It is gross insensitivity. It is gross insensitivity because if it's a DJ that they hired, they would have told him what to do. Anywhere president is coming is the national anthem. Once they start the national anthem, everybody stand up. But you are standing up on your mandate to stand. Is that our national anthem? The answer is no. And to tell you the truth, I regretted that Super Falcons won that cup because of that song that they sang on that day. I regretted that Super Falcon won that cup because of that song that they sang on. That's not our national anthem. Understand? That is not our national anthem. We have had presidents in this country. Understand? If Obasanjo is coming, if Yar'Adua is coming, if Jonathan is coming, if Buhari is coming, do they play any other song apart from the national anthem? So I watched the video. They stood up for that song. They stood up for that song. So if they are not part of it, they will have told the DJ stop. Understand? Play the national anthem because that is not our national anthem. So as I told you, those people to me is like gathering of a National Union of Road Transport workers. I stopped respecting judges from 2015. I stopped respecting judges from 2015. Understand? In the 80s, 90s, we see judges like bishops. Understand? We see judges, not a Pentecostal bishops, so those are 419. I'm talking of Catholic bishops. The respect that Catholic bishops have, that's the same respect that judges have. Then you don't see them. You don't see them. It's just from their house to the court, from the court back. They don't go to Owambe. They don't go to naming ceremony. They don't print a complimentary card. So you don't have to call them. But these current judges, even naming ceremony, they attend. And when you begin to make friends, compromise has started. They always call you, do this for me, do this for me. There's one politician that brought up, raised his phone up and tell me, Peter, all the judges in Nigeria, their phone numbers are on this phone. Understand? A politician. Understand? So now, how do you expect that integrity from such people? So for me, I'm not saying that there's no hope in our current judges. Okay. Maybe those that will be called to the bench, maybe from the next from 2030, because they will even be corrupting the junior ones. So I'm not seeing these people changing anything. That's why I keep on saying the best thing to do for any Nigerian, if you have case, try to settle out of court.
Okay, I will have your concluding thoughts in just a minute, but let me first go to Dr. Eric. Dr. Eric, please, can you give us your concluding thoughts before we leave tonight?
My concluding thought is very simple. My concluding thought is government should face governance, face work, their work. Citizens
Okay, we seem to have lost Dr. Eric there. Let's come to you, Dr. Peter. What are your concluding thoughts, or what is your concluding thought?
Well, for me, government should act fast and rescue the girls that were kidnapped. We heard that two that have escaped, the remaining 23. So government should act fast because they are not going to hide them in the moon or in the sun. So they should act fast and bring them. It shouldn't be like the politically motivated Chibok. Understand? They should do fast and bring them back. Then the presidency should try and stop the killings in the country.
Okay, that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Thank you very much for being a part of it, Dr. Peter. Thank you, yes, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Eric, for being a part of it virtually all the way from Port Harcourt. You're welcome. Today we explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechuku by 8 p.m. Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa control the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So OD has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to OD, you don't need to know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done. Let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, OD people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement will grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onyeka Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's always a pleasure to have you join us. Right? This is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. And today I have a very special guest who is going to be joining us to analyze the state of the nation as well as what's going on in the PDP. Because he is the PDP chieftain, it's none other than Funso Doherty. He is the Lagos State gubernatorial, PDP gubernatorial aspirant. He's going to be joining us in a short while. But this is to let the viewer know that I'm not flying this plane solo. I got my co-anchor here. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Vivian. Yeah. Good evening to our viewers. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. I just can't wait to get to see Mr. Doherty. We'll get to hear from him, and let's get to...
Yeah, because it would be nice to hear from the horse's mouth, right? Because we saw so much drama yesterday. It was all about Wadata Plaza.
Absolutely.
Wadata Plaza, by the way, is the headquarters of the PDP in Abuja, which at the moment is under lock and key. I understand that my guest has joined us. Mr. Doherty, you are a very gracious man, and I have to say it's a pleasure meeting you for the very first time. Thanks for coming aboard.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear, and I can see you as well. Thank you so much. So I'm going to take you straight to X. There's a comment you made yesterday. You put up a post on X, right? I'm putting you on the hot seat right now. And you were saying that the fight, what's happening in the PDP right now, is not just a battle for the soul of the party, that it's a larger battle, that it is a fight for democracy. Right, so I'm just going to take you to X now. So we'll take a look at the post you put up. I'm also going to be pulling up comments, right, what people said in response to what you had said yesterday. Shall we do this? All right, let's go.
That's fine.
All right. Funso Doherty says, what our newly elected leadership bravely confronted at our party secretariat today, and this was yesterday, by the way, is a disturbing escalation of a familiar pattern. This is not just about PDP. It is an existential assault on multi-party democracy that we and other well-meaning Nigerians will vigorously resist. I'll have you expatiate on this a little bit before I take you to the comment session or section, if you will, Mr. Doherty. So you're saying that if there is no opposition, a democracy is no democracy at all. Would you please expatiate on that?
Well, I think it is, self-evident in some ways because the whole notion of democracy is that you have, people have a choice, right? And that they have the right to make a choice and to choose their leaders. And the majority will have their way and the minority will have their say. But implicit in that is the idea that, there must be if there's an incumbent, there must be, multi-party democracy and a vibrant opposition. It's also the case that you don't expect that the incumbent will be overly aggressive in its use of state machinery or influence to essentially destabilize opposition, because those are anti-democratic behaviors. And so, when I say that this battle is a larger battle for democracy, it basically reflects the fact that, a lot of what we see playing out in PDP today is or arises from the actions of individuals who have loyalties and conflicts of interest and are loyal, to interests outside the party, the most significant of which is the ruling party and by extension also the FCT minister who's serving in the ruling government.
In fact, yeah,
so these are just principles of what I've said.
Beautiful. What you've just done is to call a spade a spade. And my co-anchor here was laughing when you talked about the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. Igechukwu, would you like to, let us into your mind? Why were you laughing?
Yes, I was actually expecting him to actually mention, the FCT minister, like he rightly mentioned. But I just have a question.
Who is a PDP member, but is working for the APC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Doherty,
Who was a PDP member?
Yes, I stand corrected. He was expelled not too long ago alongside his friend, Ayo Fayoshe, former governor of Ekiti State. So you're correct. Yeah. So.
Okay. So my question is this, right? Why did it take this so long? Because after the election, I'm talking about the 2023 election, he actually got the support of, would I say the People's Democratic Party to actually be part of the, the APC government. And a lot of Nigerians were like, this is unprecedented in our political history. So why did it take so long for the PDP to finally, excommunicate him now?
I won't speak entirely for the party leadership. We'll say a couple of things.
Okay.
One is that political parties, by their nature, are inclusive organizations. They are not, military organizations. They are not, they're not like dictatorial organizations. They are organizations that, by virtue of what they are, they seek to be inclusive, to be accommodative, and so on. So you will find that, generally, they tend to give people a long rope as a general principle. Now, would it have been done earlier? Maybe. But, delay not And, the fact that you have not done something does not mean, you cannot do it when it is needed to be done, right? So the best time to have done something may be yesterday, but if you didn't do it yesterday, you have today to do it. So do it. And really, that's how I would respond to that.
Very well said, Mr. Doherty. Let me take you back to X now so you see how netizens are responding to the post you put up yesterday. If you know X, it is a savage space. But it looked like they took your post very well, right? Lots of netizens kind of supported what you were saying. So this is it. Bumi says, now responding to you, Bumi said, this is quite disturbing. We don't want a democracy present on paper, but absent in practice. Benue George says it was really a PDP affair. PDP should fix their party. I am sure Obi and Atiku will be somewhere laughing. Agaba says, all of you are in the right track for the very first time since the last general election. So these are all positive comments, right? I think they are saying, hey, PDP, go. PDP, go, we are with you. So there's something else you said, right, that the PDP remains the main opposition party to the APC. Even though some people would say that's debatable. But for real, do you think that your party really remains the main opposition party to the APC?
You know what? I am very convinced of this. And I think most people, if they look at it dispassionately, and take away what I would call the optics of the contrived crisis, right? We'll understand that, in fact, what exists in the PDP is not something that is easily recreated, right? And it's not speculative. It's not a party information. It's a party that exists, has a structure across the nation in 774 local governments or whatever the number is now, and wards in all of those local governments, a name that is known across this entire federation, which is not a mean feat to accomplish, governors on the slate. You may argue that they are fewer now than they were when we started, but even the ones that have left, the people voted for the PDP before they left. And so there's even no guarantee that the people that they are thinking will go with them will go with them. So that remains to be seen. National Assembly, PDP is the largest group you will find. These are objective facts, right? And, if there are, other, entities, information or being, coalesced or whatever, those are prospective, right? And remains to be seen how those will play out. But PDP exists and is on ground today. I will just say in conclusion to this point that, look, when you see all of these types of actions that are bent on bringing the PDP to its knees, it just tells you, that's also an indication of where the incumbent sees the threat, right? Because as I said, on another show yesterday, that if you have three enemies that are confronting you, right, your attention will be focused on the one that you think has the potential to take you down, right? You will not leave that one and be dealing with, the others that, you believe are less of a threat. Right? And this is exactly what is happening with the PDP. And that's why, you can see that in the face of absurdities, right, like a small fringe group, claiming, to have reconstituted the BOT, reconstituted the NEC, without any sort of elective process or convention process or what have you, you can see that it's just an attempt to create the impression of factionalization, the impression of division, not with any end game in mind, other than to create a situation that portends or reflects crisis. because they know that once they do that, then they can continue to point to the fact that the party is experiencing crisis and so on and so forth. But we're not. We have one BOT, we have one NEC, we have one NWC, and we have some people who are sitting on one side masquerading, and we've taken the decisions that we need to take in convention. I was in that convention. I was a part of that decision, and we're moving ahead, and whatever we need to do to conclude or conclusively play out the positive direction in which we're headed now, including concluding any court processes or whatever, we will do them. We are resolute. And I can tell you that when 2027 comes around, APC will be here, PDP will be here, and we will go head to head in the 2027 elections, and the people will choose.
Wow. What I hear you say is that the APC is jittery because the PDP will give the APC a run for its money in 2027. But you also said something that you also said that the PDP has one BOT and one NEC. I'm going to take you up on that in a short while after I play a video for you. Yeah. Yes. But I want us to circle back to what you said earlier on about, the fight in the PDP being a larger battle for democracy in Nigeria. I want to take you back to what transpired yesterday at Wadata Plaza in Abuja, where your party's chairman was calling on U.S. President Donald Trump to come save Nigeria's democracy. He said it wasn't just about ending the killings and all, it was about saving democracy as well, even though the APC has come out to say that it is absolutely unnecessary for the PDP to have done that. But hey, I want to take you back to what transpired yesterday. Let's take a look at that video and take a listen to what your chairman was saying, and let's see if the PDP or the APC was right on its money. Let's do it. It is hashtag.
What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. You should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria, come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance or support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our office, to protect our democracy, to protect our mandate. So Nigerians, you are watching what is happening. International community, you are seeing the threat that Nigerian democracy is. Come and save us. Come and save us.
That is your chairman, Mr. Turaki, calling on the U.S. President Donald Trump to come save Nigeria's democracy. Now, standing behind him was also Seyi Makinde, governor of Oyo State, as well as his Bauchi State counterpart, right? Are these your sentiments exactly, all those things he said? Do you think Nigeria needs Donald Trump to come save its democracy, really?
I'd like to, distinguish between, official party positions and statements that are made, in difficult circumstances. Realize that the chairman was speaking under severe pressure, and they were in a place where they were under attack, and he made the comments that he made. And you have to have that discussion with him as to his feelings when he made that statement. What I would say is that when you rob people of the right to of all opportunities to advance their cause, then you will see things that you should not ordinarily see. Remember that this just a few days ago when the whole Trump thing came out, many Nigerians actually took this same position that that we need external help and that they should come and help us. And ordinarily, if everything were okay, people would not be taking that position. But when people feel that they have no other option, that all the doors are closed, that power is totally consolidated in one place, and that place where the power is consolidated is not sensitive or open, to the aspirations, fears, and of others, then you begin to see people use whatever tools at their disposal, to address their situation. So this is the way I would approach it. I mean, if you ask me personally as Funso Doherty, I believe our solutions lie with us, and I think that whatever actions need to be taken, can be catalyzed if Nigerians rise to the challenge and act collectively. But I also understand the sentiment that will be driving people, to make statements like that, particularly when they are in dire circumstances or when they are under pressure or under assault.
Very well said, Mr. Doherty. You're talking about dire circumstances. I mean, your chairman was really under dire straits yesterday, right? I mean, there was a meeting going on and the police fired tear gas, right inside an enclosed building. That must have been terrifying. So I understand what you're saying. But there's something else that played out yesterday, right? The former governor of Benue State, Samuel Ortom, was walked out of a meeting. Now, I told you I was going to take you up on what you said earlier on, that the PDP has one BOT, one neck. Now, I need you to listen to what somebody said towards the end of that video I'm going to play for you. Someone said, and allegedly, I've heard people say it was the Bauchi State governor who said, this is not your PDP. So what does that mean? Do we have different PDPs or something? So let me take you back to that particular incident. Take a listen. We'll be right back.
Yeah, now former Governor Ortom.
My position is this is not your PDP. Chairman, get him out.
So, shall you see this now the supporters of the.
So if that doesn't send chills down your spine, I don't know what will be. Because I'm thinking if I'm in the shoes of former Governor Samuel Ortom, gosh, he probably will be wanting the grounds to open up and swallow him. But hey, like I was saying, someone had said that this is not your PDP. Now, if you say that the PDP has one BOT and one neck, what does that mean?
Well, you have to ask. First of all, I don't know who said it. And that's
okay, that's a good answer. Yeah.
But you have to ask the person what they meant. So, for example, they might mean, you are not the owner of this party. You understand? This is not your PDP. I don't know what they meant by that statement, but it's just one of these things that. See, the fact that there are some people who gather themselves together and say, we are this or we are that, doesn't matter. Look, if you are, let's take an example. This is politics now, so, it's like everything is okay in politics. But let's use a slightly different analogy, right? So if you are First Bank, sorry to use First Bank.
Because that's an advert.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Sorry, any bank, right? I have no connection to First Bank, by the way, so any bank, right?
It's fine. It's okay.
So look, if some people now just get up and decide, 2 or 3 managers decide to get up and, go to a room somewhere and say, I'm now the managing director and these 5 people are now the board of this organization. It doesn't make them the board. It doesn't mean that the board of the bank is divided, right? They can claim it, right? Now, you know, if the people who are reporting on media now starts calling it a faction, right? Then what will be taken out there is that it's a faction. But the reality of it is that it's not a faction. It's just some people who have gathered themselves together to move in a different direction and to be making a case and to get, you know, a propaganda. Because remember where they are going. Mm-hmm. Where they are going is not to accomplish anything particularly for the party. Where they are going, the end game for them is crisis. Do you understand? So if you meet them, even if you meet them at their demands, they will move to some other place and create other demands. You go and meet them there, they will move to another place and create other demands because their end game is crisis. Remember I mentioned conflict of interest. Mm-hmm. Now, you know, take the FCT minister, because, you know, sometimes we obfuscate things. We don't want to say things the way they are and all of that. But you take the FCT minister. This is somebody with a classic conflict of interest. So you are sitting in the administration. You have said with your own mouth that, you know, you are working for the success of that administration. You are working for the re-election of that, the head of that government and so on. Yet you want to sit in PDP, right? And claim to have PDP's interest at heart in all these things that you are doing within PDP. Is that possible? How is it possible? Because the interest of PDP is to bring down the government in which you are serving, right? And replace it. So you cannot both at the same time want to entrench the government that you are serving and also at the same time want to bring it down. It's just not possible. It is not possible. So if it smells like a dog, if it looks like a dog, if it sounds like a dog, chances are it's a dog. And that is the conclusion. Yeah. That's the conclusion that we reached. And we said this is not tenable. And as a convention, which is the highest decision-making body of the party, we made that decision that these people must go. Remember that the convention is the highest. Even the NEC cannot do anything about what we have done at convention. The BOT cannot do anything about what we've done at convention. Unless another convention is called, nothing can happen to that thing we did at convention.
All right. Let me come in here. Before my colleague Ikechukwu comes in, you said something. You mentioned the word faction, right? And it got my thoughts running. You do remember that shortly after, at the convention, drastic steps were taken. Shortly after former governor of Rivers State, who is now the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, shortly after he was expelled alongside Ayo Fayoshe and a number of others, Samuel Anyanwu and a number of others, there was a counter post or a counter suit or a counter statement, really, that another faction of the PDP had expelled the PDP chairman, Kabiru Turaki, as well as Sheyi Makinde, the governor of Oyo State, and a lot of others. But I think you have explained that away because you said the position that the PDP took at the convention is the icing on the cake and nothing trumps it. So I don't know if you have more on this before we move on to the next level of this particular hashtag.
I think you've done justice to...
Okay, go ahead.
No, please, go ahead, sir.
No, I was just going to say that, you know, I'm not surprised that they will continue to, you know, make those kinds of statements because, like I said, you have to understand what their end game is. Their end game is is confusion. Their end game is crisis to ensure that, you know, there's an atmosphere of crisis surrounding what we're doing. So as long as, you know, that persists, you know, they are happy.
So before the Ibadan Convention was held, there was actually an order from the Federal High Court. Of course, the Ibadan Convention actually got their own approval from the Ibadan State High Court to actually go ahead. And of course, in Abuja, there's also, you know, the Abuja High Court also did the same thing, saying that convention should not be held. And there's this back and forth. So What exactly is the plan of the PDP? Because this seems to be like a legal battle awaiting to happen. You know, after this has been done, what exactly is the plan of the PDP to actually come out of this, you know, this sort of legal quagmire?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, that question is best answered by, you know, the lawyers, right? And I'm sure the party has wonderful legal advice. And I don't pretend, I know enough law to be dangerous. But, you know, what I would say is that, you know, look, if we did not feel that we had a good basis for holding the convention, we would not have gone ahead. Essentially, what you had was courts of coordinate jurisdiction and coordinate seniority issuing judgments that were conflicting with one another. So if you obey one, you will disobey the other. If you disobey one, do you see what I mean? That was the situation that we had on ground, even though the final order that came out was an order to go ahead. But we also draw attention to the Supreme Court's position on issues relating to internal party matters. And this is my understanding of the position as advanced by our legal people. And that I believe the view in the first place is that the first judgment, which is the Justice Omotosho judgment, flies in the face of that pre-existing Supreme Court position. But as you rightly observed, these are legal matters, sometimes intricate. But whatever legal processes, you know, like I said earlier in this conversation, whatever legal processes will need to be pursued will be pursued. I mean, we are not a party that is, you know, that does not believe in rule of law. We're a party that fully believes in the rule of law, and we will pursue whatever legal processes. But, you know, we will also not be bullied, and we will also not be cheated, and we will also not abdicate the role which history has placed upon us at this point in time. And I can tell you that there are a lot of people whose hopes are riding on, you know, the work that we are doing in opposition, and we will not let them down. So where we see the system is being used against us, we will also use the system against those people who are using it against us.
That's a very good...
The way you deal with bullies is to stand up to bullies. You don't go and hide in your corner.
That's a very good answer. Sir, if I must say so myself, you have a way of wriggling out of tight spots. That was a tricky question, Ike, you could put up there. Thank you. You did well.
I don't know.
Right, so Nifemi Oguntoye.
When you speak your mind, is easy.
Woo!
True.
I should write that down and laminate it, you know, just put it on my door post or something. But you see, a fellow journalist, Nifemi Oguntoye, put up a post on X saying that the PDP, the Wadata Plaza, the PDP headquarters, is under lock and key right now. So I'm going to take you to X. So you take a look at the post he put up and also the video which he put up, right? We are still doing this particular one, hashtag main opposition. Nifemi Oguntoye says, police seals of Wadata Plaza, the PDP National Secretariat, amid escalating leadership crisis. Of course, the credit goes to TVC News NG. Take a look, guys. So it looks like the saga continues, like they will say in Nollywood, right? But I want you to take a look, take a listen to how netizens are reacting to this particular one. Netizens are not happy at all. Netizens being Nigerians who talk on X, right? So I take you now to the reactions. Eze Magic says, what right does the police have to barricade Wadata Plaza? And then Oge says, shame on Nigerian police. It was the police that fought each other on behalf of the politicians. The same police are coming to seal the building. Then we have Bisong Dave, who says, this is exactly what Wike and Tinubu wants, the same thing they did in Rivers State. And then His Excellency Maximiliano says they should go seal off Sambisa Forest. That's where there's a lot of problems. Right? How would you respond to what netizens are saying? Because you see, we saw a video yesterday of policemen fighting each other because they were in, different camps of, different politicians and all. Doesn't this leave an unpleasant taste in your mouth, really?
No, it does, and it does in the mouth of any well-meaning Nigerian. And it confirms what I have always said, that, Nigerians don't want a one-party state. They just don't want it. Nigerians do not like a situation where, they have no choice or what have you. And that's what you see people responding to. And I'm sure the people who wrote those comments, I'm not sure that many of them necessarily might be PDP members, right? These are people who just, they're just, they feel very uncomfortable with what this means and what signal it sends. And because, you see, if you ask most people, you can see what people are writing. And if you go to comments and threads on comments across the social media, you will see that it's reflective of this, that everybody understands that this is the voice of Esau and the hand of Jacob, as they say. And everybody sees the FCT's ministers, footprints all over. And in fact, he was at Wadata Plaza yesterday, from what we understand. I wasn't there, but from the images and videos that we saw, his vehicle was there, and he was supposedly inside the vehicle. So people see it, and you can propound all the legal theories in this world. Bring all the administrative, shenanigans you might want to bring. But the basic fact is the basic fact. You are heading one group that is fighting these people. You claim that you are with them in their house. But you are sitting in the house of another person to whom you have also sworn allegiance. And these two are enemies. Do you understand? So, basic common sense. Nigerians understand this in their interactions, in their relationships, that this is, and then you are now using, and then you now see that the house is sealed, and they now seal up the house. What conclusion will you draw? In Yoruba they say, ajekeloru, omokelaro, rather.
What does that mean?
That is the witch cried last night, and the child died this morning. Who does not know that it is the witch that cried last night that killed the child that died this morning?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
So people just understand it, and that's what they are responding to. So it doesn't matter how many press conferences the FCT minister calls, and he may speak from today till tomorrow. The fact remains the fact. The view that people have will remain the view that people have, because it just smells fishy.
Yeah, it does. Before we wrap this up now, Ikechu, I think you have something to say, Ikechu. But before you say your piece, I was asking, because you said earlier on that you're going to fight this thing, right, to a logical conclusion. Now that Wadata Plaza is sealed, why are you going to be having your meetings? So what's going to be the counter move now? I'm talking about the leadership of your party. I know this is putting you on the spot. You might not know, but do you think they're going to probably move to another location?
I don't know, but what I can tell you is that this is a group of very resolute people, very experienced, very courageous, and very determined that the cause that they are pushing is a right cause. Is an important cause, is a cause for which, perhaps millions and millions of people have rested their hopes. So there's actually a strong sense of responsibility. And if you look at the demeanor of the individuals yesterday, the chairman of the party, the governors, His Excellency Sheyi Makinde and His Excellency Bala Mohammed, you will see that the gravity of the situation is not lost on them, and the significance of the role that history has thrust upon them is not lost upon them. So I think that let's just stay tuned, because this is going to be taken to its resolution.
In other words, tighten your seatbelts, guys. That's what Mr. Doherty just said. I think it's a safe place for us to, wrap up that particular hashtag main opposition. We move on to the next one, which is hashtag President Bola Tinubu. So he put up a post today. But before I talk about the post, though, the president was supposed to have jetted out of the country to attend the G20 summit. But at the last minute, he made a U-turn and cancelled that trip, right? Before he cancelled the trip, Ikechukwu, I was thinking Peter Obi, one of the very vocal persons, on X, as well as Bolaji Abdullahi, the publicity secretary of the ADC. I was thinking these guys will probably be putting pen to paper to come up with some savage post. But all of a sudden, the presidency cancelled that trip. And then the president now sent an emissary talking about Vice President Kashim Shettima to KB State, to commiserate with families of the girls who were abducted, and also to commiserate with the family of the vice principal who was shot dead, right, when bandits invaded the school and carried out this heinous crime. I still have a problem with the name bandits. I don't know if you can talk to this a little bit. Before we come to that, Mr. Doherty, this thing about the nomenclature, is this banditry or terrorism? That and the fact that President Tinubu sent his, his deputy to go to KB after cancelling his trip. If you were in his shoes, would you have gone, or would you have sent your VP, really?
So, okay, starting with, is this banditry or is this terrorism? I don't know. These are labels, right? So, you can sort of, in practical terms, look at what is going on. And what's the difference between that and terrorism? There's no difference, right? There's no difference between what's going on and terrorism. So, so in that way, you say is that now banditry. What is banditry? People are being bandits. They're stealing things and so on and so forth. I mean, it seems like a stepped down version of what this is, right? What you call it banditry. So maybe we are de-escalating by calling it banditry. But I don't see anything about this that does not qualify, in my sort of layman's judgment, as terrorism. Now, with respect to whether the visit to the
to KB State,
to the KB State school, I mean, you can argue it one way or the other. Part of it is that the president has had a style of interacting on these matters, right? He has not been, he has not essentially been one who has done a lot of this going to the spot to commiserate when things happen and so on and so forth. So it's not out of character for him, right, to take this action that he has taken. And I don't want to sit down here and say in this particular instance I would have or whatever, because again I'm in opposition. So you say okay, But I think that the most important thing is that is just to let us just get it right and stop it, right? That's just what we have to figure out.
Yeah.
And the concern that I have is that, if you think about the degree of attention and capacity and leadership bandwidth that is
allocated to this matter and these security matters, and compare it, in my judgment, to the leadership bandwidth that is allocated to other matters that are of, commercial, of a commercial nature, of an economic nature, or even of a propaganda nature, or like a marketing nature, trying to present the government in a light and all of that stuff. If I think about how much energy is allocated to those kinds of things and compare it to how much energy is allocated to this fundamental matter, it then may not be so surprising that we have not made as much inroads as we ought to have made, on this matter. And it's just my hope that that we remedy that situation, because again, when you don't do what you ought to do at the time you ought to do it of your own volition, then other actions by other parties may be forced on you in a way and at a time that is not of your own choosing, and that could be detrimental and have long-standing consequences. So we really need to get our acts in order on this matter.
Very well said. Now, I take you to X now, so take a look at the post that President Tinubu put up and how netizens are responding to that particular one. Hashtag President Tinubu, that's where we're at the moment. Bola Ahmed Tinubu says, I am heartbroken by the abduction of our daughters in KB and the painful loss of Brigadier General Musa Uba and the brave soldiers who fell in Bruno. Their families and the families of the kidnapped schoolgirls are in my prayers. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I am depressed with the tragic death of our soldiers and officers on active duty. May God comfort the families of Brigadier General Musa Uba and other fallen heroes. I am also depressed that heartless terrorists have disrupted the education of innocent schoolgirls. I have directed the security agencies to act swiftly and bring the girls back to Kebbi State. I am fully apprised of the recent uptick in violent extremism in pockets across the country, and I have directed our security agencies to respond with urgency, clarity, and decisive action. Our forces need the full cooperation of every community. Sharing information can save lives and protect our children. And then he says, may God comfort the bereaved families. Now, let's take a look at the reactions now. So Duke of Uri says, Mr. President, sir, your message sounds compassionate, but Nigerians remember clearly how you spoke and acted when similar tragedies happened under President Jonathan. Back then, every attack, every abduction, every death was used as political capital. You led marches, held press conferences, and accused the government of failure at every turn. Yet today, with even worse insecurity, schoolgirls kidnapped, generals killed, communities terrorized, all we hear are routine condolences and recycled directives that lead nowhere. Leadership is not proven by statements of sympathy, but by results. For lack of time, I'll move on to the other response to this particular hashtag. Now, let's take a look at the next one. Wale says, Dear President Tinubu, I am one of your loyal supporters, and I believe it is time to take decisive action against bandits in the northern region of Nigeria. It's important to prioritize the safety of Nigerians over concerns about political repercussions. This circles back to the debate that governance is suffering at the expense of, what's it called now, politicking. Yeah, let's move on to the next one now, which is what something I need for you to take a listen to, Mr. Doherty. So Sumter says you declared a state of emergency in Rivers over a dispute between a sitting governor and the ex-governor, but you can't channel the same energy to insecurity. No wahala. God is watching. So there's a hashtag trending online now, Mr. Doherty. Because of time, we wouldn't go into that. It is hashtag state of emergency. Netizens are saying when something that wasn't as weighty as what's happening right now in the nation happened in Rivers, a state of emergency was declared. Why not now? Under 30 seconds, can you respond to that before we wrap up, sir?
Well, I mean, I am as baffled as other people are, and although we said at the time that the declaration of the state of emergency, we couldn't understand it in the first place, and less so, the removal of governors, even if you had to declare a state of emergency. So we knew that one had to be driven by, our interests. But I think the question that raised is very valid, and it just comes back to this. And by the way, to your point about, President Tinubu's reactions under previous governments, on this insecurity matter. Well, that's what goes around comes around.
Mm-hmm.
So if you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. So I think, he's also not he's an adult, and he knows that people will take him to task for this. So
yes. Absolutely. What goes around comes around.
Definitely.
Before we let you go, what are your plans for 2027, sir? Are you running for office?
100%.
I like that. That's a cool, straight, confident answer.
I was expecting him to say when the time comes, but I mean, this is very, very good. I mean, plain, simple.
On point. I like it. Yeah. So we'll keep our pulse on your political career, and we wish you all the best. You have been fantastic, sir, and thank you for coming aboard today.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And hope when that time comes, when you're about to run, when we call you again, you'll definitely be here.
I'll come. Just call me.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. We have been speaking with Funso Doherty. He is the Lagos State PDP gubernatorial aspirant. Fantastic conversation. But before we wrap up, it is #Hafiz. There is no way I can do this without saying a very happy birthday to my colleague, Ikechukwu colleague, Hafiz the troublemaker. He is actually a sports presenter and sports analyst. Ikechukwu, it's his birthday today.
Yeah, happy birthday to Hafiz. And maybe after this show,
we'll pour him cold water.
No, he's going to take me out for 1 or 2.
Hafiz, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to
right?
you,
I hope you have a ball today. Guys, on that note, we wrap things up. Ikechukwu, fantastic as usual.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So good to have you and to join you to do this with Mr. Doherty.
Absolutely. I've got to say thanks to Jide Benson, who was behind this whole thing. He was the man behind the scene. Thank you, sir. On that note, I say thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep a date with Ikechukwu and I for another episode of Hashtags right here, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Voptv. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At Voptv.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program. Activists and analysts Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am
and Before the news, kindly our website for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Tinubu cancels foreign trips amid public outcry.
Federal government rejects U.S. troops, says Trump's claim fuels violence.
VP Shetima arrives in Kebbi.
COS announces recruitment of 24,000 soldiers.
NJI denies judges sang political song for Tinubu.
FAC distributes 2.09 trillion naira to federal government, states and local governments for October.
On the foreign scene, children among 25 killed in Ukraine strike.
Well, in business news, Naira strengthens as foreign reserves rise.
In sport, Eyimba denies 50% salary cut claims.
In the world of entertainment, comedian urges government to tackle insecurity.
Now the news and details. President Bola Tinubu has postponed his planned trip to Johannesburg, South Africa, and Luanda, Angola, following the worsening security situation in Nigeria. The president was expected at the G20 summit but suspended the trip as he awaits further security briefings on recent attacks in Kebbi and Kwara State. Earlier, his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Nanugar, announced Tinubu's intention to join other world leaders at the summit and later visit Angola. However, in a statement on Wednesday, Onanuga confirmed the trip has now been put on hold due to the kidnapping of schoolgirls in Kirby and the attack on worshippers at the Christ Apostolic Church in Eruku, Kwara State. The President, Special Assistant on Social Media, Dada Olusegun, had earlier defended Tinubu's planned attendance, noting that this is the first G20 summit to be held on African soil, an opportunity, he said, for Nigeria to advocate for Africa's role in global affairs. Meanwhile, Nigeria's deepening insecurity continues to attract global attention. 2 weeks ago, U.S. President Donald Trump designated Nigeria a country of particular concern. U.S.-based rapper Nicki Minaj has also amplified claims of Christian persecution in Nigeria. On Tuesday, she addressed a gathering at the United Nations in New York on the targeted killing of Christians, an event the federal government criticized for not including Nigerian representatives. Charity Affairs at Nigeria's UN mission, Sindov and Doni, said holding such a discussion without Nigeria amounted to shaving our head in our absence.
Meanwhile, the federal government has rejected what it calls the dangerous and inaccurate narrative of a Christian genocide in Nigeria, attributed to U.S. President Donald Trump. It says Nigeria does not need foreign troops, only targeted support from partners. In a statement signed by SJF George Akume, the government warned that the genocide claim is emboldening violent groups and worsening insecurity. It stressed that no credible international body has ever classified Nigeria's crisis as a genocide. Akume said the narrative is harmful, fuels sectarian tension, and provides extremist groups with propaganda. He explained that Boko Haram is ideologically driven, while Northwest banditry is largely economic. He also linked rising insecurity to weapons proliferation after Libya's collapse. The government dismissed claims that Christians are being systematically killed. He warned that the amplification of false narratives abroad, particularly in the United States, has real consequences on the ground.
This next report says the Vice President Kashim Shettima has arrived in Kebbi State to meet government officials and families of schoolgirls abducted from Government Girls Secondary School Maga. He was accompanied by NEMA DG Zubaida Umar and other officials acting on President Bola Tinubu's directive. Shettima is expected to convey the president's message and receive a briefing on the situation. The attack claimed the life of the school's vice principal, Malam Hassan Makuku, who reportedly died trying to stop the abductors.
Well, may the soul of the late vice principal rest in peace. In the meantime, youths in Eruku, Kwara State barricaded the Ilorin-Kaba highway on Wednesday to protest a deadly bandit attack on their community, accusing security agencies of inaction. The demonstration caused major traffic gridlock with trailers and commercial vehicles stranded as protesters blocked the road with bonfires, stones, and logs. Residents said the attack, which occurred during a church program, lasted nearly 1 hour without a security response. Kwara Police Commissioner, who visited the community with the DSS director, appealed for calm and promised reinforcements, including an armored personnel carrier, to boost security in Eruku.
In the meantime, former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi has urged President Bola Tinubu to take decisive action as insecurity worsens across the country. Amechi criticized the federal government for what he called a lack of political will to stop killings, terrorist attacks, and mass kidnappings. In a post on his X handle, the former transportation minister said the government's failure to protect citizens has emboldened terrorists and weakened public trust.
Well, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has announced plans to recruit and train 24,000 soldiers to strengthen the Nigerian army and amid rising security challenges. According to counter-insurgency expert Zagazola Makama, Shaibu made the revelation during a visit to the Army's 1 Division in Kaduna, addressing officers from second lieutenants to lieutenant colonels. He said the recruitment drive is part of the Army's strategy to boost readiness and expand manpower for nationwide deployments.
Away from that report, the Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed January 15, 2026 for the trial of two alleged Ansaru commanders, Mahmoud Usman, also known as Abu Bara, and his deputy Mahmoud al-Nijera. Defendants, arraigned in September on a 32-count terrorism charge, had a trial postponed after the counsel requested more time to access case files held by the DSS. Justice Emeka Nwite granted the request in the interest of a fair hearing, rescheduling the trial to ensure smooth proceedings.
Well, away from legal matters now, the Nigerian police force has sealed the National Secretariat of the People's Democratic Party in Abuja following Tuesday's violent clash between rival factions. Videos show barbed wire and reinforced barricades blocking entry at Wadata Plaza, with officers stationed around the complex. No party leaders were present and only security personnel were on site. Police had fired tear gas on Tuesday to disperse supporters during the clashes.
Meanwhile, Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has criticized PDP's factional chairman, Umar Turaki, for calling on U.S. President Donald Trump to intervene in Nigeria, insisting the nation's democracy is not under threat. Wike, speaking during a visit by the South-South Development Commission Board, said Turaki's appeal was a security risk and accused his faction of disobeying court orders. He added that Turaki cannot blame President Bola Tinubu's administration for the PDP's internal crisis, stressing that Nigeria's democracy remains stable.
Well, in another development, the National Judicial Institute has dismissed social media claims that judges sang a political song in support of President Bola Tinubu at the 2025 All Nigeria Judges Conference. A video circulating online showed judges standing as the song "On Your Mandate We Shall Stand" played, but the NJI clarified that the judges only sang the national anthem. The tune was briefly played by the Guards Brigade Band as part of ceremonial protocol. The Institute said judges stood out of respect for the office, not political allegiance, and reaffirmed the judiciary's non-partisan, constitutionally neutral stance.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news hour is Chijioke Orji, a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining us, Chijioke.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Good evening. It's always a pleasure to have you. Let's start with this. President Bola Tinubu has postponed his planned trip to Johannesburg, South Africa, and of course Luanda, Angola, following the worsening security situation in Nigeria. What do you make of this new development? Would you applaud the president for doing this?
Very applaudable. Very. I think it shows that the president is now beginning to hear Nigerians. But it's not just canceling the trip that should be something as a tribute to or recognizing the people he's meant to be leading. It is taking actions. These things are happening one too many. And we ask indeed, why is it now suddenly that President Trump made this comment? Every functions of the government are beginning to recognize that these things are happening. In the past, it was downplayed, and it looked as if, it was just oppositions trying to create some sort of tensions. But we have seen now that, the whole wildfire is spreading across the entire nation. A few days ago, it was Kebbi State. Yesterday, it was Kwara. I just got some unconfirmed reports of some other northern states, Taraba, and a few other states. And then we ask ourselves, what is happening? What is the president and his team's plan to ensure that the nation is protected? Because the primary mandate to the president is the protection of lives and then properties. Before we can begin to talk about infrastructures. Because if you build infrastructure, there are no human beings existing to use it. Of what use and value is it to Nigerians? So it is good that the president has stepped up this, they would have described this as a crucial trip. But, it doesn't mean that we don't have other personnels that are capable of handling this very important trip it was to him, in his absentia. What we need is a president who just not only listens, but is willing to take advices and deal with this situation decisively. The matter at hand now is beyond just the issue of politicking. We must do away with politicking and face these issues head on, because it is crippling not just the way of life, but it is destroying every fiber of the structure of the entity called Nigeria. Any nation that is not secured can never be habitable. And in an environment that is not habitable, you cannot talk about any progresses to be made. So the president must acknowledge the fact that it is now to hold people accountable. I would have, in his position, used this moment and not just call the endless security meeting with the heads of the security apparatuses, who come in and only use that opportunity to, to brag, because we haven't seen the actions of these individuals. One would have expected that it is the mandate he as a president will be given to them, making sure to deliver, and failure to deliver will not only be meted with firing, but also rendering of accounts of expenditures under their purview and their watch. Because these individuals are all getting away with it and are being celebrated like celebrities. Imagine what our nation has now been, reduced to a nation where people now look at us and call us skid makers. I mean, that alone, if the president has not thought about that comment, it has hit me so deeply that I'm asking, what will be the future of Nigerians in 5 years to come? Because if everybody becomes a joker, who would produce the food? How would we feed the teeming populations that are growing, without control? And the worst of all is we're growing a population of uninformed and ill-equipped individuals. What will happen? That is another chaos waiting to happen the more. So if the president has cut his trip out of the fact to perhaps review what is happening, we hope that this time there will be better results. And then these flamboyant trips of the VP going to a state and is going like as if the king of Jordan is visiting, an empire where it's invested. It must end. What does it cost the vice president of our dear country to go with a few convoys, reduced entourage, and in a country, within our own dear country? Do you know how much it takes to move the vice president, not to talk about the president? Now this individual has gone to KB. We do not know of how much result this trip would be, because in the end, it's just a handshake and condolence presumed to the governor, and at the end, that's the end. And these terrorist guys have continued to see that we're not showing any form of serious attention to it.
In fact, Chijoke, can I come in here? You talked about the Vice President Kashim Shettima's visit to KB, that it might not be fruitful, right? It might not bear too much fruit. Let me take you back to events that happened sometime this year in Yelwata when there was a massacre, right? Immediately happened, the federal government did not release any statement, not until the president was at an event, a political event, and then Eugenia Abu, the MC of the event, now said before they can continue with whatever they were doing that day, that they must observe a minute's silence for those whose lives were taken in Yelwata, Benue State. It was there and then that President Tinubu now decided to make a trip to Benue State to visit the victims, right, or family of the victims. But then again, because of flooding and bad roads, we heard he couldn't make it to Yelwata, the epicenter of the massacre. He stopped in Makurdi, the state capital of Benue State. That was then. Yes. Yes. But now, this is my question. You applauded the president for canceling his G20 summit trip. In fact, online, people are applauding him right now. But don't you think it would have been better for him to have taken it further by going himself instead of sending his vice president as the emissary?
What people need now is actions. It's not even about the presence of the president that really matters. The president can actually address the nation or even call a state house conference. We see other nations' presidents do it. You have pressmen stationed at every government house and also at the villa. The president can call and issue a statement and a condolence and giving a directional guide immediately on how these things can be tackled. Let's not forget that the president said he applied for this job and he does not need empathy or pity. It means that he was aware of the issues on ground and he was prepared to tackle them heads on. So the president should be held accountable for this whole senseless massacre because it is becoming one too many. The president going to a state now costs even sometimes more than the expenditure of a local government. Because in most cases, you have to deploy several thousands of policemen ahead of the and military forces ahead of the president's visit and all that the logistics in terms of moving the president. Yes, even in the rest of the world, it costs money. But in our dear nation where we are trying to survive out of borrowing and borrowing, to spend, where are we going to, recover all these lapses and the loopholes that are being created as a result of unplanned or unprojected movements, especially in most cases that have become a political movement? Because if the president were to be in KB, it should have been the KB people welcoming him on the political stand and not even on the solidarity of those whose children today are in the unknown forest or probably in unknown destinations, and we can't tell about what the parents are going through. We haven't seen the state governor show any form of counseling and guidance for the parents who only God knows what they'll be going through at this point in time. I am not saying that the president's visit to Kebbi or other states, especially at this time, is not an ideal thing to do. But you need to weigh in on what cost of what it will be to go in there and what it will be in terms of the actions you marshal out. Imagine if indeed, as this is happening now, the president declares a state of emergency. We're not saying suspend the government. But when you declare a state of emergency within that same state, Kebbi State is a large state that if you have to declare a state of emergency and deploy troops and ensure that every nook and cranny is being combed in today's world where we have drones flying, and we spend endless amount of money on so-called military and defense budgets. On every day we see our generals that have never been to war, continue to live fat and fly on and live on luxuries in a country where the poor are starving. The Nigerians are starving to go to bed, and we can't find a solution to just mere terrorism that is happening and now escalating and beyond in the imagination of the government, because it is seen that so long as the government continues to play this hanky-panky game of funding these guys in giving them money each time they make this kidnap, you're already preparing them for the next missions. Because if you don't continue to do the same thing, then of course you have a right to expect a different result. But we've been doing the same thing that Muhammad Buhari did, and we haven't seen anything different from it. And we don't definitely see any end of it. Now another sane individual from another country is calling the country to accountability. And everybody is at war with words that what he said is wrong. And now beginning to find it difficult to recognize what is killing our dear nation. It's very, very harmful.
Okay, let me come in here. Let me come in here, Chijoke. While you're still talking about the insecurity situations in Nigeria, US-based rapper Nicki Minaj has, of course, lent her voice and amplified claims of Christian persecution in Nigeria. She addressed a gathering at the United Nations in New York on these targeted killings. Can you speak to that? Of course, the federal government has criticized the event for not including Nigerian representatives. Can you speak to this development?
Well, these are things that we can no longer hide anymore. It is now a public debate, and the world is watching. The world is seeing everything happening, including the incident of yesterday. If we're disagreeing what will happen, what has happened yesterday only amplifies the fact that these individuals are acting, and if indeed that church was not streaming live, and people saw it's unimaginable to define. After seeing that video, my heart breaks for my dear nation, because we never imagined we'd get to this point where things have become so downtrodden to this extent. Yes, Nicki Minaj lending her voice is only calling for the same accountability. And all that she has said, Nigerians must learn to take it as constructive criticism. If we are being told that our home is not as tidy as we expect, it simply means that it is time for us now to go on in ensuring that whatever we have not been doing right, we must now first of all acknowledge that these things exist. That is the first form of progress. The minute we acknowledge it, we can now begin to now look for ways forward to addressing the problems we have as a nation.
All right.
The fact that our Minister of Foreign Affairs was not even able to put the matter on the table of discussion with the international community by not even able to define the terms he was trying to defend showcases to us, the greater danger and problem we have as a nation. When we have the wrong marketer sent to market a product, what do you expect? It will be difficult for anybody to buy into it. Nicki Minaj has simply said and encouraged our government to go after and show the rest of the world that, truly speaking, the government is not a part and complicit in this. Because so long as this whole idea, especially with the formation of the government now, where it is seen as a Muslim government, where the Christian does not seem to be represented at the top, it's going to be difficult for the government or any other external forces to see Nigerian government today, to be fair, if it does not redeem its image. Now we are talking about even the ones before a few days ago. With the ones that has happened now, how will the government wriggle itself out? And we don't know what will happen tomorrow, especially with the porous nature of our security architecture, where a sitting IG is not able to give account of what is happening or even address the nation on what his efforts is making. We're not saying reveal the taxes or whatever, but it has shown that these individuals are clueless. They're completely clueless because this issue has to do with ineffective policing. We're talking about the internal security. We're not talking about the breach of the border. Let it be that the IG is implicating the military for failing to protect the borders. Then we can now say the military has failed. But this is an internal security of kidnapping children that are in school. What more of level of assault do we need as a nation to wake up? As a matter of fact, I expect that every Nigerian should be on the street by now, requesting that the government, if not able to rescue these kids, apart from rescuing them, if we are not able to protect the lives and properties of Nigerians, there is no need to be in power for even a single day. Because Nigerians cannot continue to live on promises of, on fulfillments. This is highly embarrassing, but we must live beyond embarrassment. We must live on accountability. The government must showcase to Nigerians that it is willing and accountable to Nigerians, especially in the areas of the messages sent to them on being elected as leaders. We have to go beyond this imagination of always transfer our blames.
Chijoke, let me butt in here. I'm sorry, but I have to.
Has failed Nigerians, and we must say it as it is.
I know it is very touching. My colleague Nina said earlier on that Nigeria's UN mission official had said holding a meeting like that, the UN event where Nicki Minaj talked about Christian genocide, that holding such a discussion without Nigeria amounted to shaving our head in our absence. That is his words, not mine, right? The federal government is also rejecting what he calls the dangerous and inaccurate narrative of a Christian genocide in the country. Now, people are saying that, is it not unwise for the federal government to expend so much energy on trying to overturn the narrative instead of expending energy on ending the crisis of insecurity in the country? What's your take?
Exactly. You see, the thing is, every intelligent management team tries never to be on the defense, because to be on the defense is the most difficult situation anybody can be placed on, because it takes a lot to convince people, especially with words, without actions. what the Nigerian government would have been showing the rest of the world is that this is what we're doing different. This is the fruits of our actions are yielding. Not just the speculation of the military coming to give pronouncement of who know the people they have killed. Nobody vets these individuals that they make claims. I'm not talking about numbers. I'm talking about the individuals that are being killed. The dead don't speak. I raised this in some time ago on a sister station. I said to Nigerians, how can we continue to hear 300 people were killed? Nobody knows the details of these individuals, the names of this, the profile of these individuals. They should be able to tell us. Their counterparts in the rest of the world will profile the individuals that have been killed and show the indictment on them, showing that these people were actually, terrorists as they claim. Let's even leave at that. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the special advisor or the media persons to the president have spent so much time flying around trying to tell the rest of the world in a situation where people have lost credibility and trying to sell credibility. To who? And who would listen? Because you have not been able to do your homework at home. Charity, they say, begins at home. If the Nigerian government has not been able to showcase to Nigerians, truthfully, in fairness, its credibility, especially in transparently handling of these security matters, how then do we expect the rest of the world to believe it? As a matter of fact, the Nigerian current missions, of foreign affairs have not demonstrated any capability in handling of these issues. Because the questions that have gone for so long unanswered is the names that were given by sovereign countries suggesting to Nigerians that these were people who have been profiled to be sponsors and managers of this that has been destroying our dear nation. What has been the fear of the president and the presidency, not just naming these individuals, but going after them? Or are they in the same category of the same people that Jonathan, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, said to fellow Nigerians when it was said Nigeria was about 160 million, that he saw the names and the names were cabals. Until today, we never heard of any single of the so-called cabals that have been, for any reason at all, probed. And we see Nigerians celebrating criminals, thieves who don't pay taxes, and in most cases, the government comes out to even give them official waivers. And these are the people that are projecting to the younger ones, that are people working harder than them. In a nation where now, it is now becoming a norm for our young, energetic youths to be involved in fraudulent cyber crimes, and we're celebrating it. The judges slaps them with 1 week in detention, 1 hour in detention, and we're celebrating it. Now the so-called politicians, thieves in Agbada, are also being celebrated and given a vegetable oil on their head and skins. That they are now the best we can achieve as a nation is to shame them. Well, shame on the nation itself now, because the international community is now calling our dear nation a disgraced nation. When it says the word a disgraced nation, it is now saying that the government in power is completely shamed, because it starts from the head to stream to the down. And as every Nigerian, this is a bigger thing to tackle with, because it is not just about the image we faced in the past, the perception about what Nigerians were. It is now a recognition now and being said, and it is now being proven on a global scale of space now that the Nigerian military and the internal police force cannot handle security issues. But will be rather involved in embroiled of political matters, political parties disputes. There you will see the Nigerian police demonstrating its strength. And we're now speaking and Bowala, or whatever his name is, I don't mean to tarnish his name, but I'm just saying that an individual who has never displayed credibility, an individual who actually, couldn't even defend the office he said to be representing, is now said to be the one marketing Nigeria. An individual who has failed in all businesses he has done is now showing to Nigerians on how he can be a great marketer. And that is the person the president sees to entrust the credibility, the image of every Nigerian on the hands to market Nigeria. It simply shows that the people who were expecting would have been, cooking for Nigerians, the kitchen cabinet, is either they have gone to sleep or they have allowed these few mongers who are probably, skit makers, because we see them jumping from table to table. They jump to who is in power. And all they do is to find the egos of those in power have taken over. That is what we see. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for those who know him, knows that he's a man who has so much love and kindness. I speak of this because I had a good relationship with him and I know the kind of person he is. But it's unfortunate that there seems to be a certain way of caging our leaders and makes them cut off completely from the reality that happens once they get into power. And that is why the president could only know of the slaughtering of the people in a state, in a nation that he governed, because they're an MC, of the day in an event he was, decided to recognize that these were human beings who were whose lives were cut short. That is when he deemed on the president that it was a reality. So it simply means that they have the certain newspapers and magazines that the president has access to, and not the ones circulated in Nigeria. So he's not even aware of what really happens. Certain senators, Senator Ndume, has spoken tirelessly of how he has tried to access the president. But these few individuals whose interests are always being protected will ensure that the president never has access to this kind of people who would be fair in their criticism. And that is what the president needs, especially at this point now. The nation cannot continue to be embroiled in this same deceit, scam, and this thinking attitude of pretending all is well. All is not well with our dear nation. All cannot be well when we are said to be looking for so many children that are being kidnapped. Apart from the school children who were kidnapped recently, who made airways because of the numbers, and apparently because of those who witnessed it, that decided to shoot it out to the social media. There are so many that are happening that Nigerians are not aware. And in most cases, there's always a conspiracy to shut it down. In most cases now, Nigeria, you have to argue things out for it to be credible. In fact, once the government has not acknowledged it, then it simply means it has never happened. So no matter how you cry out, it is what the government says that happened has happened. And it is very sad. I want to ask a question to those who are in power today. Do they ever think of the fact that this is a transition? It is going to come and go. Of what good will they be able to say, beat on the chest and say that they were able to deliver to the millions of Nigerians to whom they have not only just impoverished, but have made very unsafe? In 1998, I remember vividly well how peaceful the whole of the northern zones. In fact, when I went to Kaduna in 1998, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 2 a.m., you can move around without any fear for any reason, including the places one will look at as restricted areas. But what has come today?
Okay.
The most regions are now the most troubled regions because of certain level of interest that the presidency or the people in power are scared to name or to go after. Okay. Nigerians must wake up and not only demand, but about time they wake up to defend themselves. We can't continue to allow these injustices to continue to peddle, and then we'll continue to have transitions after transitions. When the new one comes in, he will blame President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It is. These are people's lives we're talking about. This is an economy we're collapsing. This is our heritage. Our own complete future is being messed up by garage men, and it is so unbelievable. Okay. That the people at the helm of
come in here, please.
concerned.
Okay, thank you for speaking so passionately about this issue. But while you were talking, you said something about Nigerians defending themselves. And of course, the youth in Eruko, Kwara State today barricaded the Lorry Kaba Highway to protest a deadly bandit attack on their community. Would you applaud this and say that's a way of defending themselves?
Because that is a way of calling attention. So long as it was peaceful and they have not gone about to destroy properties or to destroy lives, that is highly encouraging. That is the only way that the government of the day can be called into order. Because in most cases, every of these so-called governors that claim to be the chief security officers of the state, who we know they are not, they are only chief security officers to their own environment and their houses. Because their major concern and their own first interest is about their pocket and the interest of their few cohorts. So if the people have decided as a result to call attention of the global world, then they have done the right thing. And we expect that more states should key into it, in letting the entire nation and the world know that this cannot continue to be business as usual. You don't continue to tell the people to shut down and go peaceful when indeed we have been seeing the level of meted violences. For any man or woman who watched the video of the events of the church that happened yesterday would find it difficult to be able to sleep. Knowing the kind of arms in the hands of these mindless fellows, you can imagine what then, the ones that were not seen, what they have access to. Outside the videos, we continue to see the government of different states having parley and handshake, and even defending it, defending the payments, that you're paying billions of naira to certain individuals, all in the name because you want to pacify them, and you continue to arm them and feed them, and you see the pain they cause on Nigerians, especially when when they come out to kidnap people and what people go, the kind of tortures. These videos are everywhere. The whole world is seeing it. Now, let me ask the presidency and those at the helm of affairs, including the state governors, who are you expecting to come and invest in Nigeria if this degree of level of unsafe country exists across board? Who would risk his life and his hard-earned money to come and invest in a nation like that? We have not taken care of our home to providing peace, to providing a level playing ground. Then we continue to say the president is traveling from Nigeria to China to Japan. To bring who? How many of those have we had as FDIs? How many foreign direct investments have we had in the recent time that the president has been doing these trips based on advisories of these con men around the presidency? It is very unfortunate, because I'm wishing that Nigerians would wake up to realize the pain that these people are creating and the chaos, because they are the ones dancing the music, so they cannot hear what is happening because their families have not been affected. Assuming it was the vice president or the senate president's children, they were captured in this mindless kidnap that were happening, we would be having the same discussion as this. We would have heard that within a certain number of hours they were rescued. But the children of the people who you borrow on behalf of are now the ones now suffering and having these issues, and the president and his cohort can go to bed and sleep well. No. The rich must realize, I said it in 2017, that so long as the poor are awake, the rich can never sleep. What we're having is a temporary relief of sleep. The people are coming. And this enough is enough will arise soon.
In fact,
when it arises, it will consume beyond their imagination.
In fact, Chijoke, what you said, that the people are coming, there's a thread like that online right now where people are saying enough is enough. There's also hashtag state of emergency. But you and I could go on and on and on. You're setting us up for a part 2 of this, but as usual, you've been fantastic, and we say thank you once again for being a part of News Hour today. Thank you.
These children and many unreported ones, that we pray they return back home safe and sound, and we pray that our president and the various state governors and all those in charge of the security apparatuses will wake up to their responsibilities and bring our dear nation to safety. We need our Nigeria we used to be. We were one time rated as the most happiest people on earth. What has happened to those records?
That's $1 billion question, if you ask me. Thank you, Chijioke. Thank you so much. We will definitely have this discussion again not so long from now. We have been speaking with Chijioke Orji. He is a public affairs analyst, and would like the viewer to know that the views of the analyst is just his and not that of the station. On that note, we move on with the rest of the bulletin after this short break. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back. We now move on to the rest of the stories. The Federation Account Allocation Committee has shared 2.094 trillion naira among the federal, state and local government's October 2025 revenue. FAC disclosed after its November meeting in Abuja that the distributable amount includes 1.376 trillion naira in statutory revenue, 670.303 billion naira from VAT, and 47.870 billion naira from the electronic money transfer levy. Gross revenue for October stood at 2.934 trillion naira, from which 115.278 billion naira was removed as collection cost and 724.603 billion naira as transfers, interventions, refunds, and savings. The communique showed the statutory revenue rose to 2.164 trillion naira, while VAT dropped to 719.827 billion naira compared to September.
Well, in another development, the House of Representatives has launched an investigation into officers of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency over the alleged killing of a 16-year-old boy in a Puje Ileha Owa West local government area of Edo State. This follows a motion of urgent public importance moved by Majority Leader Julius Ihonvere, who described the death of Emmanuel George as a tragic outcome of an NDLEA operation in the community. Presiding over plenary, Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu directed the Joint Committees on Narcotics, Human Rights and Public Safety to immediately probe the alleged unlawful actions of the officers. The House also urged the federal government and NDLEA leadership to suspend the implicated officers pending the conclusion of the investigation. The committees are expected to report back within a set time frame for further legislative action.
Elsewhere, the Special Security Squad has arrested 31 suspected cultists in Uromi following clashes between rival groups. Weapons and charms linked to the Black Ox and Aye confraternities were seized, though some suspects remain at large. Correspondent Rhoda Journey tells us more.
Special Security Squad has arrested 31 suspected cultists in a major raid across Uromi following a violent clash between rival groups that left one person injured. Acting on intelligence, the team raided several locations in Uromi, recovering battle axes, charms, and other items linked to the Black House and Iye confraternities. Some suspects reportedly escaped during the operation. Squad coordinator Idomidia Noah said the arrests were connected to a dispute over a fraudulent financial deal.
It's a rival court fight between two court groups, Aye and Aye. The issue initiated from a kind of fraud money activities. That's why you could see the persons that we arrested here for investigations. We met in the compound, but they are not the main suspects that we're looking for. The main suspect, I think, if flew before we arrived at the scene. We're giving the both suspects that we visited their houses to report themselves within 7 days after this interview. Failingly to report themselves, their houses will be brought down and they'll face the consequences squarely. Courtism is strictly forbidden in Edo State, and we have warned that we will not tolerate or have mercy on any who intend to create menace or chaos in Edo State. So be guided and be warned. Stay out of court activities. Parents are advised, because from what we saw today, we saw kids. No matter how the situation is, I don't know why parents will allow someone of that age to say he's into this Yahoo, and the small boy was even the one with charm. He said the mother did see this. I cannot narrate today. I'm kind of dumbfounded, but I just beg parents, please advise your ward. Give them good trainings. Keep them away from all this, because some of you are contributors to this whole crime activities in the state. And I think henceforth we would start involving you people too. Any child caught in criminal acts, we will involve the parents. So
2 suspected ringleaders remain at large and their properties have been sealed. All arrested suspects are now in police custody, while the squad has issued a 7-day ultimatum to those still on the run as the government intensifies its fight against cultism in Edo State. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Rhoda, thank you. On the foreign scene now, at least 25 people have been killed, including 3 children, at a Russian missile and drone attack that hit 2 5-blocks of flats in the western city of Ternopil, Ukrainian officials say. They said another 73 people were wounded, 15 of them children, in the strike early on Wednesday. One of the deadliest in the region since Moscow launched its full-scale invasion in February 2022. Ukraine's Air Force later said Russian X-101 cruise missiles had hit the residential flats. The neighboring Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk regions were also struck, and a drone attack on 3 districts of the northeastern city of Kharkiv wounded more than 30 people.
In business, the Naira recorded its first gain against the US dollar this week at official exchange rate strengthening to 1,447.43 Naira per dollar on Tuesday from 1,448.03 Naira on Monday, a gain of 60 kobo. At the black market, the rate remained steady at 1,465 Naira per dollar. Meanwhile, Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso said Nigeria's foreign reserves hit a 7-year high of $46.7 million as of November 14.
Now, the Securities and Exchange Commission says it is deepening public-private collaboration to strengthen Nigeria's fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. SEC announced that its upcoming SEC NCMI Compliance Summit will push for stronger management involvement and technology-driven compliance across the capital market. The 2025 summit, themed Innovation and Compliance, Balancing Risks and Opportunities, will gather market operators, regulators, and fintech players to promote transparency, resilience, and knowledge sharing in the market.
We now move on to sports. Aimba Football Club of Aba has denied reports that it cut players' salaries by 50% after their 1-0 home loss to Wiki Tourist. The club described the claims on social media as misleading, saying no such salary reduction was initiated or implemented.
And in the world of entertainment, comedian Cute Abiola has called on the Federal and Kwara State governments to take decisive action against insecurity following Tuesday's attack on the Christ Apostolic Church, in Iruku. He said Nigerians want action, not just statements, adding that the viral clip shows how unsafe the country has become. DJ Neptune also reacted, lamenting that nowhere in Nigeria feels safe and criticizing the government for failing to curb a rising insecurity.
In a related development, producer Don Jazzy has urged President Bola Tinubu to demand more accountability from security chiefs amid rising insecurity in the country. Reacting to Tinubu's statement on recent terrorist attacks and schoolgirl kidnappings, Don Jazzy said no terrorists should be spared and called on intelligence agencies and security officers to step up and be held responsible.
Well, it's a wrap on News Hour, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that Tinubu has cancelled foreign trips amid public outcry.
Also, federal government rejects United States troops, says Trump's claims feel violent.
Vice President Shettima arrives in Kebbi.
COAS announces recruitment of 24,000 soldiers.
NJI denies judges sang political song for Tinubu.
FAC distributes 2.09 trillion naira to federal government, states, local governments for October.
On the foreign scene, children among 25 killed in Ukraine strike.
In business, naira strengthens as foreign reserves rise.
Well, in sports news, Enyimba denies 50% salary cut claims.
And in the world of entertainment, comedian urges government to tackle insecurity.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Vivian Uguche.
And I am Minna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger,
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you.